道 Hello, 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 everyone.
Hey, it's the last stream of the week.
Oh yeah. I'm feeling kooky. I'm feeling weird. What's new? Nothing's new. How you doing, everybody? Welcome in. We got already some beautiful, gorgeous people in the chat. We got Cynthia Citrus. We got Queen Laura. We got Niaka Noise. We got Juliet. We got Grub. We got Gayhawk. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome in. What's happening? What are you up to? Tell me everything. My day, I hear you ask. Well, it was very good, thanks. I've done a lot of reproductive labor, aka cleaning and cooking, which feels really good, to be honest, because it's the first time I've had like a proper clean of the flat since I had COVID, and it feels great to have like a nice clean flat finally after like 2 months. God damn, that was a shit 2 months, honestly. And also, in the vein of things that I've not done since I had COVID, went back to the gym today for the first time. So that was really good. I did a back day. That felt really good. It was hard. I've definitely gone down like a set of weights and stuff, but you know, what can you expect? I've not been for like literally 2 months, so you know, it could have been worse. It could be worse. You know, I managed to complete my workout, which is the main thing. You know, like when you actually complete a workout, it's like, damn, that feels like I achieved something. So feeling really good about that. Hey Goblin Hugger, hey Master of the Art, how you doing? Welcome in. Just started a new job this week and I'm exhausted. Oh, you learned CPR though? Nice. Yeah, getting to have money again is a big benefit of having a job. Yeah. It's the one benefit. You get to like survive in society that makes you have a job in order to survive. Love that. Love that for you. Love that for us. Cool that you learned CPR though. That's like really important. And you can now teach that to other people, obviously. Passed my driving test today, so I'm feeling pretty groovy. That is also pretty groovy. Pretty good. Pretty groovy. Pretty nice. Really thought you could slip Susumu Hirasawa in that starting soon screen and I wouldn't notice her. Nope. I play it loud and proud. I love that fucking tune. I listened to it way too much. I listened to it at the gym today, which was really good. Hey Cryptid, how you doing? Hey Delicate Friend, how are you? Having a viewing at a queer house share on Saturday. Got a good feeling it might not be super sofa surfing anymore. Let's fucking go. Love to hear that. Yeah, it's good news all round. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. That sounds great. Yeah, so cool little stream planned for you today. We're basically going to be checking out a tiny bit about how I was wrong but kind of right about my analysis of Bojo and what's going to happen. And so we're going to have a look. We're going to have a look at what Amy Goodman and the Democracy Now! Studio have got to say about Bojo resigning. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what they're on about. And what are the new... What? Oh, yeah. Then we're going to be checking out a YouTube video from Finntastic Mr Fox, who is a phenomenal trans creator. You should definitely follow him. I'll be sending you the links when we watch the video. But he did a video called Is Batman Bisexual? And of course, I have to watch that. Not only do I have to watch it because it's about bisexual stuff, but also because I'm in it. Not like my face or anything, just like I did some quote. I read a quote for Finn for that video. So, very cool. Looking forward to watching that. Hey, Goodman Master, how you doing? Welcome in. And then we're going to be checking out some Backrooms stuff because Vordrella said it would be cool if we had like a cheeky little horror night where we all get scared together. And we're going to do that. We're going to watch some of the Backrooms videos. There's tons of Backroom videos, mainly from a channel called Kane Pixels, which is really cool. I think the guy made the videos all himself, and they're really well made. Like, you know, they got a really spooky vibe, which I like. So it will be fun just to get a bit weird and, you know, hang loose, as it were, in the last day of the week for me. It's Streamer Friday. It's Streamer Friday for me. I'm doing nothing tomorrow. Fucking nothing. I'm going to go to the gym and that's it. I'm going to come back from the gym and play Kenshi. I've not played Kenshi all week. I've been really good. And I think I'm just going to like 2 solid days tomorrow and Saturday. Just like smash the back out of Kenshi and just finish it. Just finish it, you know, because it's just getting too big. It's just getting too much for me, and I need to stop playing it, because then when I stop playing it, I actually get stuff done. You know, like I said, I've got a load of shit done this week. So yeah. Cynthia says, have a first day of therapy, lots of organizing stuff on day 1 as per usual. A friend of mine, haven't seen in a while, works there now, so that's great. Nice, good to hear it. I hope it goes well. Do have my first health assessment for disability in 2 weeks. Well, fingers crossed that goes well too. Absolutely. Yeah, so that's what we've got for you. That's what we're doing. That's what we're looking at. That's what's going down. So we're starting off straight away with the politics category. We're jumping in there. Am I going to be able to spell it right? Yes, I am. Oh, other news as well. On the VOD channel, if you're not following the VOD channel, you totally should, because there's lots of cool old streams on there. The first 3 Mark streams, Gender Fluid Druid Mark streams, have been uploaded to the VOD channel. Please go and rewatch those. It's very, very funny to relive those moments. Yeah. Very, 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 very happy that I'm finally uploading them. You started playing Final Fantasy X again for the first time in forever. 5 ever. Hope it's as good as it was when I was young. Yeah, I hope so too, yeah. Speaking of spooky, how feasible would it be for the Red Planet to get together and explore a haunted location? Extremely unfeasible. We live in like 3 different countries. You should do a Kenshi stream once you've finished it, showing up what you've done. Hi, Kiri. How's it going? I would, but it just doesn't work out for my average viewership. My concurrent viewership just tanks. As soon as I stream any kind of video game, like at least 30 people will just like bugger off. And yeah, I gotta think about money. I gotta think about my numbers. It sucks. I don't like having to do it, but you know, it's that basically. That's what it is. Hey, Femboy Frankenstein, how's it going? Long time no see in my chat, but I saw you in Kira's chat earlier on. Good to see you. Hey, Prince Infidel, how are you doing? Already rewatched the greatest goblinest of goblin streams. It's great all over again. Oh, yeah, it's just... I was rewatching some of it as it was uploading, and yeah, very fucking funny. Very fucking funny. Really, really good times. Really good memories. Just like the moments where like I was laughing the most at him. Just so fucking good. Honestly, just so fucking good. Yeah, get on the VOD channel, gang. Check out the VODs. There's a lot of cool VODs in there. Yeah, and hopefully very soon it's going to be up to date. So I'll be uploading VODs literally 2 days after. And when that happens, I'm going to be locking off VODs on this Twitch channel. So you're only going to be able to get VODs on the VOD channel. I might open it up to like subscribers. I don't know how I feel, because I'm not really like you know, I'm not really into like encouraging people to subscribe or anything like that. I don't know. Playing the demo of Ghost Runner on the Switch, and yeah, you're getting this on PC instead. Oh, does it suck on the Switch? A lot of the ports to the Switch just don't really run well. Like Dark Souls is also a bad port to the Switch. Not good. Yeah, I have a bad time when I try and like play Dark Souls in my free time on the Switch. Kind of sucks. Even the remastered version, just not too good. Kind of sucks. If you can't go to a ghost house together, you'll always have the red spectre of communism that will scare conservatives and libs. That's true, Gumba Master. It's always good to look on the bright side. And speaking of the bright side, let's take a look at the news of today. Boris Johnson's resigned, but like not really resigned. So like I'm kind of right, but not really. You know? VODs on Twitch are a bit shitty in my opinion. Far too many ads. Well, I will not be monetizing any of my VODs on the VOD channel. So you've got that to look forward to. Badum-tish. But that doesn't make sense. It's not a joke. Yeah, so like the title says, I was wrong, but still kind of right. Boris Johnson resigned, but he's refusing to leave office.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson has announced he's resigning as head.
So he's not gonna leave office until October. And I don't know what that means. I don't know why it has to be in autumn. Like, no idea. No fucking idea. But the Tory party is in disarray. The right is eating itself. It's very, very funny. You'll love to see it. No benefit will come of this, by the way. I have to just reiterate that. Like, that's the bit that I'm right about. I'm not taking any pleasure in it, by the way. I'm not trying to say I'm the best, smartest, cleverest boy. I'm just saying that I'm right. And, you know, there will be no benefit to this. No one's going to win. No one's going to win here. That's it.
Conservative Party, and will then resign as prime minister once his party elects a successor. He spoke outside 10 Downing Street earlier today.
He resigns, but not really. Yeah, very British.
The will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new prime minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place.
In recent days, about 60 officials in Boris...
Hey, Welsh Bunny, how's it going? Hi, Imogen. He's waiting till the autumn solstice when his mind powers are the strongest. That's literally what it is. You're right. That's literally what it is. Probably out of spite, so the new PM will have to deal with rising COVID numbers and people dying from the drop in temperatures. True. I think that could be it. I think you're right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, Naptaker, how are you doing? Yeah, my beard grows. It grows. It grows. It's a grower. I don't understand why they can't elect his replacement sooner. Don't know. Oh, look, it's the MP for, what's it? South something? Oh, God, it's Sterling's MP. I can't remember his fucking name. Mark something or other. This guy's a piece of shit. All these people here are a piece of shit. Every single one of them. Oh, God. Prince Infidel says, I was comforting a trans friend about the state of the world. She started to talk about how she felt she was born wrong. I gave her an impassioned speech about gender, that she's an artist working in a difficult medium, and that she's an artist and working in a difficult medium, but every step enhances the art that is the self. Then confused, she said she was talking about her teeth and how she needs dental surgery. Oh, well, listen, Prince, you know... at least she knows that your heart's in the right place, you know? At least she knows you're an ally in it. Like oh, that is funny as fuck. He was getting booed? Probably not. They have like I don't know. Who fucking knows? Maybe. There will probably have been boos coming from protesters outside. Like, what you got to remember about 10 Downing Street is that it's not actually like an actual normal street. There are 2 gates blocking off either end of the street and like police guard there and shit and snipers on roofs and all that nonsense. So, you know, you can't really like get in there, but you can get to the end of the street and protest there. So, you know, maybe there was some boos from there, but like if they let any kind of crowd in to Downing Street, it's of course going to be a crowd biased towards conservative, you know.
Johnson's government have resigned. On Wednesday night, a group of cabinet members went to 10 Downing Street to urge Johnson to step down. Despite the calls for him to resign as prime minister immediately, Johnson has begun reassembling a new cabinet to fill the posts left vacant by this flood of resignations. Boris Johnson, who is a leading supporter of Brexit, has served as prime minister since 2019 and has been embroiled in numerous scandals.
It's like Trump. It is just like Trump. He's taking a leaf out of Trump's book, but he's doing it the British way, right? He's doing it the British way. There are, unfortunately, like, he doesn't have the fascist support that Trump did because, you know, there are lots of fascists who think that Boris is too soft, which is terrifying, or maybe they just don't understand what fascism means because there's multiple bills that have been signed in by Boris Johnson's government that have made a fascist environment in the UK. But also, he doesn't have that, like, street gang, street thug support that Trump does. So, or did. Well, still does in a way. So I don't think he's going to be able to, like, you know, do a dog whistle and tell people to, like, do a coup at the Houses of Parliament or anything like that. I legit don't think that's going to happen. But he's doing it in a very British way. He's doing it in a very bureaucratic way. He's like, oh, no, don't worry. No, I'm just reshuffling the cabinet. Don't worry. Reshuffling the cabinet, making the best for my successor to take hold. Yes. You know, and then trying to stay in the position as long as possible, you know. He's gonna save the extra, like, I don't know, how much money a fucking prime minister gets for their job. Probably fucking $1 million a month or some shit. I don't fucking know. You know, it's it's literally just like, yeah, he's gonna be saving that money, you know. D. Delilah says, this feels like a slightly better thing. I wish we could have something like this in the US, but with the Supreme Court. What do you mean? The Kinky Beast. I like that name. Farage says, Farage beats Boris for the fascist voter support. Yeah, that's what it is in the UK. Yeah, 100%. Isn't there a whole thing about him wanting to stay so we can have his wedding at Chequers? Oh, is that right? I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And then she'll divorce him like a year later and because he'll just fucking, you know. We should prepare for PM Rees-Mogg. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be Rees-Mogg. I don't think Rees-Mogg has like you know, a bunch of support in the Tory party. D. Delilah says, I wish we could pressure our Supreme Court to all resign. That's not what's happened here. That's not what's happened here. This is nothing to do with the will of the people. This is all to do with Tories revolting inside their own party to try and grab power. That's what's going on here. There's nothing... It's, you know, it's actually extremely similar to the Supreme Court because these are all unelected, undemocratically elected individuals. So it's actually pretty similar to the Supreme Court. Prime Minister gets a total of grand total of 164 grand a year. Right, okay. All right, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of dough still, in it. You know what I mean? Mogg is universally disliked outside of his seat. It'd be dumb of him to take the reins. Yeah. Most likely candidate is Rishi Sunak. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's either going to be Rishi Sunak or that fella, what's his name? Shit, I can't remember his name. Navidi Sawat. And then you've got Penny Mordaunt, or however you say her name. I'm confused on why they're revolting now. Like, what did Johnson do different to before? It's nothing to do with integrity. It's nothing to do with integrity. The Americans in the chat should know that it is nothing to do with integrity, right? The Conservative Party in general has been, you know, taken part in multiple scandals, especially of the nature of which this current scandal is about, right? So it's literally like the whole thing at the moment is that this guy gave a cabinet job to someone who has sexually assaulted multiple people, multiple women. He's an MP by the name of David Pincher, and Boris Johnson appointed him as to a certain post. And, you know, this is like a man who has been a fucking womanizer. And there was a scandal a couple of years ago, I think pre-Brexit. No, sorry, not pre-Brexit. It was pre-Brexit, pre-COVID, where, you know, there was evidence of him being abusive to his wife. And so it's nothing to do with integrity. It's nothing to do with, like, the Tories have decided that suddenly they have a heart. It's nothing to do with that. It's about, like, well, you know what? I want a shot at the PM now. I want a shot at the PM. This is what it's like. This is why fascism will never work. Because it becomes less about the Ubermensch and it becomes more about the power grab, right? So it doesn't matter once, you know, you get rid of all people who are not white, you know, not men, you know, not straight and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. it becomes about power, and it becomes about grabbing power from other individuals who may fit the bill of what you consider the Übermensch, right? And this is what it's about. And capitalism enables this because there's an incentive for people to do that, because 164 grand a year, you know? And also, you've got to remember, the 164 grand a year is that on its own. There's going to be so many other benefits to it as well, right? All the expenses that you get to get, all the fucking, you know, whatever. There's a bunch of stuff, right? A bunch of stuff. Hey, Adrenaline, what's going on? Welcome in. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Pretty Patel run for the seat. Pretty might run, yeah. Pretty might run. Yeah. The connections, that's right, Kinky Beast. Yeah. Of the past 4 prime ministers, only one originally got in from a general election. That's right, Kiri. Yeah. Hey, Gwen, what's going on? Sometimes it can be a bit crystal ball trying to work out the internal politics of the Tory party. I doubt it will be Rees-Mogg. Yeah, Liz Truss, maybe. Yeah, Liz Truss is a good shout. I think probably Liz Truss will go for it, yeah. Also, hi, Exile. I don't know if I said hi to you. They have no integrity. It's just before they thought by the next election everyone will have forgotten about all these scandals. Yeah. They don't think that anymore. They don't think that anymore because there's been so many in such a short space of time. Yeah, it's all about like preserving the appearance of the Tory party and shit, you know? Hey, Rhiannon. Small correction. I think Pinch was accused of sexually assaulting 2 men rather than women. Oh, right. Is that what it was? Still terrible, right? But thanks for the correction. Are you afraid his power grab may then put someone smarter and more evil in power? I'm not afraid of these idiots in the slightest. I know there are other people who are, and I'm not going to invalidate people who are scared of the potential, you know, for other horrible things to happen. But I believe in the goodness of the working people and the working class. And I think in the UK, there is definitely an undertone of people coming together and understanding that the government isn't going to do anything for them, so they have to come together and do things for themselves. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the next few months. I believe the Tory party are probably going to have terrible leader after terrible leader after terrible leader, terrible cabinet after terrible cabinet after terrible cabinet, but I doubt they'll be able to achieve anything fascistic, you know, not any more than what they already have done, you know? No, it's not a party of incompetent fools. Like, they're definitely capable of being disgusting. It's just, I do not see it getting, you know, I don't see it getting worse than what it is. Because, you know, they brought in the new deportation thing, and we've seen so much deportation resistance. We've seen so many people get involved in literally turning up and stopping cops from seizing immigrants. Like, that just happens now. You know, I'm involved in a renters union where we turn up and we help people, stop people from getting evicted. We challenge landlords, corporate and private. You know, there's a lot of good stuff happening in Britain at the minute. And it's going to be interesting to see where it goes.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. It'll make a fortune doing speaking arrangements, writing a shit biography. Yeah, that's right. There's no ceiling to power. There was always more people to take it from. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Whole thing where a Tory MP said it was problematic that the men accused by Pincher are gay. It came up in the liaison committee, and Johnson refused to condemn the comment too. Oh, unsurprising. I reckon the action from trade unions will be the leading charge of any real change in the UK. I agree. Yeah, I agree. That too. That too. There's not going to be any change in government policy on the key issues with the change in leader. Yep. Correct. Absolutely. Thank you for the follows, gang. Right, let's continue.
This week's resignations came as Johnson faced criticism for promoting a member of his Conservative Party who was accused of groping 2 men. On Tuesday, a Downing Street spokesperson admitted Johnson had been briefed in 2019 about the sexual abuse allegations, but claimed he had forgotten about the complaints. One of the first two cabinet ministers to resign was Health Secretary Sajid Javid. He spoke yesterday about why he stepped down.
Well, Keir Starmer is one of the reasons why we're going to start to see more union-based action in the UK. Because, you know, as soon as people aren't offered a viable alternative in the, I guess, like, peaceful means of electing a leader that represents what they stand for, they'll start to do it themselves, right? That's literally what it is. God, I love Boris. I've never met a man that has the look of Donald Trump and the humor of Mr. Bean. What do you mean? What do you mean, senpai, Alex, JP? What do you mean by that? Do you mean you actually like Boris Johnson, or are you coming in hot to a Twitch chat where you've never interacted with anyone before with sarcasm? Because either or, maybe rethink that in future, you know?
I continued to give the benefit of the doubt. And now this week again,
Starmer looks like a badly compressed JPEG of Richard Spencer. That's so true. Richard Spencer when he gets old, and also compressed in a JPEG, yeah.
Have reason to question the truth and integrity of what we've all been told. And at some point...
Yeah, you're spot on, Prince Infidel, right? Being buffoon-like is far from being harmless. Many dangerous people are able to do terrible things because people think they're harmless. Yeah, like, he took a lot of leaves out of Trump's book. A lot of leaves out of Trump's book. But he was doing the Trump thing before Trump was doing it. You know? This idea that he is, like, a bumbling fool. He can't, like, you know, keep his hair straight and shit like that. Like, you know, it's all to appeal to the common man. It's all an appeal to the idea that, like, whoops-a-daisy, I just committed genocide, you know? And people will be like, oh, it's just silly Boris, you know? That's what it is. It's literally a fucking, it's a whole sham. Look at this motherfucker asleep as well. Like, would there ever be, like, a better analogy or metaphor for how useless a fucking government body is than this motherfucker in a suit and tie asleep? Is he asleep? He's asleep. He's asleep. If you watch the fucking Parliament channel on cable in the UK or whatever, like satellite, you'll see fuckers like this. You'll just see, like, multiple people asleep. Multiple people asleep. Hey, Pat Potato, how you doing? What's going on?
We have to conclude that enough is enough. Yeah. I believe that point is now. Yeah.
That's right. That's right, Gunman Master. The BBC helped promote that image of him as a bumbling idiot. They got him on Have I Got News For You as, like, a comedy character. Yeah. He was like the host of I Got News For You. Fucking hell.
Concluded that the problem starts at the top, and I believe that is not going to change. And that means that it is for those of us in a position who have responsibility to make that change.
We're joined now by...
What's he got there? What's that pin he's got? Oh, it's like Ukraine and the British flag. Right. I was wondering what the pin badge he had there.
Who have responsibility to make that change.
We're joined now by Priya Gopal, English professor at University of Cambridge, author of Insurgent Empire, Anti-Colonial Resistance and British Descent. Professor Gopal.
Ian Blackford nails it. He's not the knight. He's the dead parrot. This is an ex-prime minister. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who Ian Blackford is. But, yeah. Funny Monty Python reference, I guess. Hello, Mike. Welcome in.
Oh, it's great to have you back. We just heard the speech of the Prime Minister before we went to air, especially for a non-British audience. If you can explain what has led to this moment.
Literally every single fucking American, European is like, British people, please understand what's going on. What's going on? What's happening? Like, what is this? Oh, Ian Blackford's the leader of the SNP in Westminster. Oh, yeah. I know who you mean now, yeah. Yeah, he's good. He's an alright guy. Nicola Sturgeon's deputy. Hey, Hella Booch, how are you? Remember Russell Howard's Good News used to show Boris as an entertaining buffoon type as well. Just fucking lib comedy is shit. It's just fucking shit, innit? You know what I mean? When you're literally like... When you start to realise that electoral politics is a sham and nothing good's going to come of it, it's just like lib comedy just takes a huge nosedive. Huge nosedive. You know? Hello from Scotland? Hello. Welcome in. I might be moving to Scotland soon. Depending on what happens in the UK. I've always wanted to be honest. I've always felt more akin with the Scots than the fucking English, you know? My ancestors are Irish and travellers as well. And convicts that were sent to Australia. So, you know. Never felt really quite at home in England.
And what does it mean that while he resigned as head of the Conservative Party, he's still hanging on to the prime ministership, though so many within his own party are demanding he resign immediately?
Yes, as I suggested
nice, Hella
in your
Booch.
show
Congrats.
last time, and last time was not a very long time ago.
Hey, hell to pay.
This was more or less inevitable. He had just survived at that time a no confidence vote, and I suggested then that he was very damaged. And what we see now is that the inevitable has happened. It's high farce at one level, Johnson clinging to power, even now wanting to stay on till October, and somehow, stay in Downing Street. It's farcical at that level, but it's combined, I think, with an ongoing tragedy for ordinary people in Britain. Johnson's last few months have been extraordinarily chaotic and complicated, but those actually reflect the wider 3 years or so in power, which have, I think, been disastrous for ordinary people. He has, of course...
Boris Johnson's legacy will be, you know, however many people, like, died of COVID, right? Like, a lot of people in the UK died of COVID. Completely preventable. That's going to be Boris Johnson's government's legacy. Like that and Brexit, you know, the incredibly horrific downturn in I guess, quality of life for small business owners, especially those that are based in import and export goods and stuff like that. It's gonna be like a legacy of that, really. I'd be surprised if the new Tory leader, whoever it is, brings about any policies that are going to change that stuff for the better. I don't think that's possibly what's going on. But what I do know, someone else mentioned it in the chat. I think it was Gumba Master, or maybe it wasn't Gumba, maybe it was someone else, was talking about how COVID numbers are going up, and we're going to have another winter where, you know, COVID is still a thing. Like, you know, there are still like 1,200 people in the UK diagnosed with COVID every day. It's fucking one of those things. I've just ordered a bunch of N95 masks. Because, you know, it's not fucking, it's not going anywhere, innit? You know what I mean? It's not going anywhere. And when I fucking had it a couple of fucking months ago, oh boy, I don't want it again. I don't want that shit again. And if you've never had it, you don't fucking want it. Let me tell you.
Was attempted in a Trump-like way till very late last night to say that he would not leave, that they would have to wash their hands in blood if they wanted him to leave. And there are people who expect him to continue to produce drama. But what has led to this moment is that a very damaged Boris Johnson was not able to survive more allegations about, things that he knew and had not done anything about. And it just became clear that, this was one lie too far, that people, even in his own party, who had actually been complicit in keeping him in power, who knew he was prone to lying, who knew about his incompetence, who knew about the chaos, they were complicit until this week they decided that it was not in their interest.
Exactly it. What I was saying before. She's spot on, Priya, as per usual. She's dead good, Priya Gopal. She's said some really cool stuff in the past. Pretty smart. She's a fucking Cambridge University professor, so you kind of have to be. But she is talking about how, for some reason, after all of the horrific shit that the Tory party has done under Boris Johnson's leadership, it's like, oh, okay, now is the time when we're going to leave the party. I find it very funny that Nadeem Zahawi was one of the people last night calling for Boris to resign, even though he'd literally been made Chancellor 24 hours earlier. Right. Let's not forget they all knew but supported him until it was untenable. Literally, yeah. Literally. You know? She's spot on.
To continue to be complicit.
And Priya, what do you think is likely to happen now? Who is the front runner, if there is one, to replace him? I just heard on the BBC this morning that one person who's considering running, though his prospects appear dim, is Steve Baker, Conservative MP.
Who? Wait, what? It is so funny when, like... It's so funny when, like, things like this happen. Because, like, all these, like, literally, who megalol. You know what, like, in Twitch chat, when people, like, say, like, they talk about someone, like, a chatter will come in and they'll say something like, oh, who are you, have you heard about, what, who's that guy, Two Nap or something like that? Who's that one guy that everyone's talking about with Belle Delphine or something? Like, Two Nap? Tuna? And everyone in Twitch chat is like, who megalol? You know, like, who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy? Like, just random MP. Like, the Scotsman has had to do an article that says, who is Steve Baker MP? Who is he? Literally, who is he? Like, what do you mean? Steve Baker is gonna run? What?
Who are the others?
Yes, I mean, it's not entirely clear who will be in the running. Suella Braverman, the Attorney General, has also said that she intends to throw her hat in the ring. These are, as you just suggested, outliers. We don't know who amongst the real prospects will be in the running. I think one can assume that some of the names that have been bandied around in recent days, Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, might be in the running, Michael Gove, who actually Johnson, in a very farcical moment, fired last night. He might be in the running, possibly Nadeem Zahawi, who is...
They're running out of MPs people have heard of that don't have multiple scandals to their names? Right, exactly.
Currently the Chancellor, he's just been appointed Chancellor. So there are various names being bandied around. We don't know who the front runner will be, but I think one thing we do know, that whoever takes over now, on the one hand, will have to come across as more stable and more capable than Johnson, but on the other hand is actually likely to be a very serious Brexiteering ideologue and a conservative ideologue. Johnson is an opportunist. He is somebody who really thinks about his own interests first and takes whatever position is convenient in the short term. Whoever replaces him, there is a very good chance of their...
I don't think that's a good analysis of Johnson. I don't think that's a good analysis of his motivations. I disagree with Priya there, but, you know, fair enough. It would seem that way, that he just, like, takes any chance that he got. Like, no, he is a power-hungry megalomaniac. Like, that's who he is. Like, he wants to be the king of the world. Like, he literally, like, that's, like, been an ambition of his since he was a kid, you know? Like, this is why he's hanging on to power for so long. You know, he's probably hoping that a new law gets passed that means that, like, you know, the fucking prime minister could just, like, stay in power for however long he wants, you know? For however long he wants.
Being a Brexiteering ideologue with very hard right views about policy, about the direction of government. And this does not look good in the immediate and medium term for the British people.
What about in the event that a general election is called? Do you see any likelihood of a Labour government, a more progressive government coming to power?
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia. Yeah, like, he wants to be Winston Churchill. Like, every Conservative MP loves Winston Churchill. Literal genocider, literal fucking, you know, just like one of the worst pieces of shit known to fucking man. Like every single one of them. Every single one of them. You know?
Of the obvious disasters of Boris Johnson's administration?
Hey, Mark, what's going on?
That those are by any means clear-cut. It is not clear to me and to others I know that if there were to be a general election now, Labour would win. In fact, we are in a situation where Labour has yet to...
And who cares? Like, what? Like, I fucking hate these fucking talking heads sometimes. It's like, do you actually understand how little would change if Labour got in? Do you seriously think, like name one Labour policy right now? Do it. Do it. You know, what the fuck?
Provide serious, definite, and a kind of clear option for people to vote for.
Ah, this footage! See, this is why I love democracy now. Like, they're the only good news channel. Like, just literally, like, I can't even remember what this was. This was something that he did when he was mayor.
In fact, all we've had so far is Keir Starmer, the current Labour leader, insisting that he would continue to keep Brexit in place, that he would, in fact, in some sense, keep a hard Brexit in place. We don't know what kinds of alternatives the Labour Party...
Oh, it was during the Olympics, yeah, when he was mayor, innit? Yeah. I've actually got a mug from the Olympics. I was cleaning out my cupboard today and I found it. And I thought I might as well keep that because it might be worth something. Do you think, how much money do you think I can get for a mug from the Olympics? Classic Boris buffoonery, very intentional. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And yet in Germany, we only learn how steadfast Churchill stood up to the Nazis. Right. But, you know, they don't learn, like, they probably don't teach you in fucking... I don't know, in Germany, in any other country involved in World War II, in Europe, about how the Nazis literally took the design of Winston Churchill's fucking death camps that he, like, designed when he was, like, a general or something. In the Boer War? I don't know. Something like that. Something like that. I got a Millennium Dome magnet from a charity shop recently. It says exclusively produced for the dome on the cardboard. Oh, do you remember the Millennium Dome? Like, what was that all about? Like, we're going to build a big fucking dome. We're going to demolish... Didn't they demolish, like, a housing estate in London? Or was it Docklands? Millennium Dome. Like, what did they destroy to build the Millennium Dome? In London. I feel like they flattened a fucking housing estate. There was the boy in the dome, at least. What was the boy in the dome? That's a thing from Trash Future, innit? The Millennium Dome does have a big hole in it right now. I didn't know it was like... God tier dome. Can't stand when the media use the most flattering images of hateful people. Like, we don't need to focus on anyone's look, but also don't need to help these assholes by kind of rehabbing their images. Wait, what? This? You think this is... Do you know what's happening here? Do you know what's happening here? Look, like, watch this again. Look, this is Boris Johnson tackling a child.
We don't know what kinds of alternatives...
He knocks over a fucking child. Like, that's not flattering. A giant 70-foot boy? Wait, what was the Millennium Dome boy? Millennium Dome boy. Oh, what? What the fuck is this? Oh, I've never seen this. I've literally never seen this. Oh, you're agreeing. You like that democracy now doesn't do that. Right. Yeah. Fair enough, Adrenaline. I misunderstood you, yeah. Yo, I've never seen this. I've never seen the boy. I've never seen the boy inside the Millennium Dome. Oh, that's fucking terrifying. That's actually terrifying. Everything about that sucks. Everything about that sucks. What is this? Why did they make this? Why did they make this? Yeah, why is he naked? Cursed dome boy. I've never experienced the boy. No, he's wearing pants, yeah, but still, it's weird. Why is there a boy? Why did they just put a boy there? Why? I don't like the boy either. That's so weird. Yeah, he's just having a shit. That's what it is, Mike. You're right, yeah. God, that's funny. When was that? When did they make the boy? Did they put the boy in immediately? Looks like an episode from Land of Giants. Yeah, expensive artwork, yeah. But it is really cursed. The boy of AROS. There's also like a larger boy or people in another installation that they did. I've been in the Millennium Dome. I've been in there. And I don't remember any of this. I don't remember this. What's this? It's like a larger person. Making eye contact like a dog taking a shit. Built a dome and they said, you know what this needs? A large boy. That's right. I bet some Tadger got paid loads of money for his creative genius in making that. Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with the art, but I don't think it belongs in a fucking, you know, you want to go to an exhibition for something like that, innit? You know what I mean? Not just like stick it in the middle of the fucking Millennium Dome. Like it's like a mall, innit? Like that's the function of the Millennium Dome. Like that's the function. Like you go to the Trafford Centre, you go shopping, all of a sudden there's a big fucking boy. You know? Meat Lad is like a bit less cursed, and that's saying something. That's saying something, you know?
Proposes in terms of the huge challenges in front of Britain right now: labor shortages, inflation, inequality, widespread hunger, many institutions.
Put all the weird art in malls.
High inflation. These are,
to be honest, like I'm more about like repurposing malls in general. You know what I mean? Repurpose malls so that they become art exhibitions in it. Yeah.
all problems that are in the immediate, and we don't, as of now, have a clear plan from Labour as to exactly what they will be setting out in their stall to address this. So I would by no means be optimistic that if there were a general election, that the Tories would lose. I mean, they will probably lose the very high margin that they had. But if they're able to convince people that, the problem was Johnson and that they can now provide an alternative without Johnson, then they may well come back. And of course, the truth is that the problem was not just Johnson, that the Tory project is a very destructive project, that it has been incredibly harmful for Britain to go through a hard Brexit, and there are problems yet to come. And it is by no means clear that whoever comes back or comes after Johnson leaves as the Tory Prime Minister is going to be providing anything more cheerful or progressive for Britain.
A boy for every mall, yeah. Yeah. If I ever ran for Prime Minister, that would be my slogan. A boy for every mall, yeah.
I want to go back to Boris Johnson's speech just before we broadcast.
The reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019.
What mandate is he talking about? The Brexit mandate? You know?
And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century.
What?
Reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout.
Oh yeah, mate. Yeah, getting us all through the pandemic. You sure didn't get all of us through the pandemic, Johnson. You can't say that. You can't say you got us all through it, because lots of people died, and lots of people are still dying.
Out in Europe, the fastest exit.
Yeah, politicians love saying that, like the mandate. Like they love saying that.
Lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine.
So if you can assess as we wrap up, Professor Gopal, what he has done from Brexit to Ukraine and also what this means for Ireland.
Well, I mean, he's certainly been trying to Ukraine wash himself in the last few months, the last few.
That's a good way of putting it. That's a great way of putting it. Ukraine wash himself 1,000%. He's been like so focused on like, we love Ukraine. We're going to send money to Ukraine. Putin said that he wouldn't like to see me topless. Well, I think Putin's a silly Billy. You know, shit like that.
Chaotic months, having photo ops with President Zelensky, suggesting that he is leading the West in its response, which is clearly not exactly the case. It is probably true that the vaccine rollout was, in fact, very fast and very well done. But
the vaccine mandate was like, well, not mandate, sorry. The vaccine rollout was fast, of course. But it's like, that is the only weapon that capitalism has against something like a pandemic, right? Whereas in other countries you saw literally 0 deaths for like a very, very long time, because in places like Vietnam, in places like Cuba, it was literally like, oh, we actually just like care about each other, so we're just gonna wear masks for the time being fucking everywhere, because it's actually not hard. Like, I still wear a fucking mask, in it, you know? It's not fucking hard to do. Yeah, Britain isn't under a vaccine apartheid. Exactly. Yeah, of course it was fast. Yeah. It's not like Boris was out there driving lorries full of it. Yeah, exactly. You know? Do you think it's further for defending Ukraine is to take attention away from his close involvement with the Ruskies? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay, but have you considered Vuvuzela 10 million dead? You know what? You know what, Joe? You're right. George Orwell, 1969, Animal Crossing, iPhone. That's true. That's very, very true. Yeah. I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm no longer a leftist. Shut the stream down. It's time to go home, everybody. Oh, God. Pretty sure Eat Out to Help Out was meant to help out the lack of carers by killing off our grands. The fact that there's just so much shit, isn't it? Like, I covered all of this, gang. You know what I mean? So forgive me if I'm not going to go through every single terrible thing that Boris Johnson did during the pandemic. But to say that he is, he is close to responsible for something amounting to almost a genocide is putting it lightly. You know? Grumbly Ombly. Yeah, what about Jumby Crombie? What about Jumby Crombie? What about that? You've forgotten about Jeremy Cribbins. And, you know, we can't have that.
Everything else raises a lot of questions. Is Brexit done? Relations with the continent, with Europe, are at a historic low, and Britain is in the position of breaking treaties. The Northern Ireland Protocol is in trouble.
Hey, Emmy, what's going on? Welcome in. In Scotland, at least, there are only folk who voted Tory. Mike, do you think that someone voting Tory would prevent them from being murdered by the government? You know what I mean? You've got to consider that when it comes to stuff like this. Hey, Delary, what's going on? I know, I'm sorry. Like, you know, for some people, British stuff is too much. So you got to head out. You got to be nice to yourself. We can't forget about John B. Cruby, the allotment man. That, yes, correct. We can't forget about him. How terrible it would have been if he was in Parliament. How terrible. It's a good job he's had the whip suspended by Keith Starman. Yeah.
And Europe has lost faith in Britain's ability to hold up its end of the bargain. What does it mean to get Brexit done? A hard Brexit, we are only just starting to see the consequences, and the economic consequences currently have been disastrous. And
yeah, someone was blasting yakety sax at the Conservative ministers. Yeah,
food shortages.
Britain's having a normal one. Yeah,
high cost of living.
Yeah, look, this is just PR. Like, this is literally just PR. Like, I don't like Zelensky in the same way that I don't like any leader of any neoliberal capitalist country, right? But, you know, at least he's in, like, his military colors. Do you know what I mean? Like, Boris Johnson, if there was, like, a Russian SWAT team descend on, like, this location, like, KGB heads jumped in, and they were literally like, boom, kidnap everyone who looks important, Boris Johnson will be the first. Would have just been the first. He worked for the government and created a report they didn't like. He didn't live long after that. Wait, Gavin Macron? Who was that? Gavin Macron. I feel like I know who you're on about. I mean, like, he is like 90 years old. What, did he die? The Macron report, have a wee look when you get time. Yeah, maybe I will, yeah. I mean, he is like 90 years old, apparently. Anyway. Hugh Grant was behind the yakety sax. Yeah, that's right. That's what I heard, yeah. Hugh Grant's a pretty base guy for, like, an actor, you know? What Britain did when they pulled out the EU is enhancing the power of France and especially Germany. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like, we got our power back, but then, like, you know, a lot of other countries like gained a bunch of power and now have more of a say of what goes down in the fucking EU. You know.
So if you got Brexit done, then the question is, what have the consequences of that Brexit been so far for the ordinary people of Britain?
Professor Gopal, I want to thank you for being with us. English professor at University of Cambridge, author of Insurgent Empire. The subtitle of that is Anti-Colonial Resistance and British Dissent.
Yeah, she's pretty good. She wrote a pretty fucking sick book. Disagree on, like, a bit of her analysis to do with Johnson, but other than that, pretty good report. Thank you, Amy Goodman. Thank you very much. Love that for us. Love that for us. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it, chat? Well done. Yeah, thank you, Amy. Everybody say thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy, for bringing us the good news. In the 70s, he said the discovery of oil would instantly make Scotland the richest country in Europe. The report was marked top secret and buried for 30 years. What the fuck? Right, so we've done the depressing bit. We've had a look at, like, nonsense stuff. Hey, Lorcan, how you doing? What's going on? We're now gonna check out my good friend Finntastic Mr Fox's video on Is Batman Bisexual? I read out a quote in this video. Very fucking cool. Very fucking good. And Finn deserves a lot more subscribers than what he's got. You know? So I'm feeling very good. Very happy to bring you some of his content. Of course, this is about bisexual men. So I'm obviously all fucking over it, as per usual. I don't know if there's going to be any, like, content warnings in this. There's no specific content warnings that are brought up straight away. So if they come in from the video, of course, I will change up the content warnings for you. But as far as I know, it's pretty good. It's pretty cool. It's pretty safe. It's pretty sound. Oh, actually, before I do that, please, gang, get the video playing in an adjacent tab on mute. Like the video. Subscribe to Finn. Like I said, he's a great content creator, good friend of mine. And, you know, leave him a comment as well if you want. If you want. Have a transition. Has that happened? Yes, it has. But yeah, without further ado, let's crack on. Let's see what he's got to say. We got no subtitles for this video, so we're going to have to use...
You're probably wondering...
these ones.
Who is Batman?
Unfortunately.
What's his story? How did that guy come to be? I'm totally joking. No, you're not, and I'm not going to do that to you.
I saw that, Lorcan. I've got that in my pinned tabs, actually. Right here. Literally right here. If you think for a second, any Discord that you're in, that I'm in as well, if you think anything to do with bisexuality is getting unnoticed by me, you're having a fucking laugh. Hey, Johnny, what's going on? Go follow just Johnny, everybody. You know I love to have a transition, Mule. I know. Lots of people in my chat love a transition. I love a transition too, you know, for other people, innit? That's just the editorial form issue 1. I'll share the full archive with you. Yeah, send it over to me. Yeah, I'd love that, Lorcan. Thank you, yeah. Hell yeah. Right. Let's crack on.
But since I have the editing power, I am going to make you watch this.
Did you really think you'd get through a Batman video without seeing pearls falling in slow motion?
But before we get started, there is something that I need to get out in the open, which is that I am a nerd. But you knew that already. I don't know if you really realize the extent of it, though. Like, prior to this moment, with all of this going on, some of you may have caught the 90s Nightwing logo, my Flying Grayson's half sleeve, or the sort of, you know, wardrobe choices betraying how much I love Dick. I promise that's the only time I'm going to use that joke in this video. What's less visible, though, is that I've been a DC Universe dork for decades. I initially started my post-secondary education in comic book illustration and worked in a comic shop for 3 years? 4 years? How old am I? It doesn't matter. The point is, between inking pages of Batgirl, the Grayson family being etched into my arm, and being able to drop the "I am the manager" line on salty customers in a geek emporium, I am really into comic books. I love comic books. They've always been a really big part of my personal, professional, and academic identity. All this being a precursor for the fact that in traditional comic fan fashion, I am here to tell you why you're wrong about them. Hi squad, welcome back, and dog bless you. If I stayed on course with this one, it is still Pride Month, and so if you are stopping by as a cisgender, heterosexual person, thank you. Thank you for being here, and I'm very sorry that your whole identity is temporarily illegal, or however that works. In all seriousness, if you're here, I'm assuming you are a fan of comic books, gay stuff, or both, but in the interest of full transparency, while I imagine that many a queer comic fan is going to enjoy this video, and please stick around because you should enjoy this video, I hope, if I've done the topic justice, I actually made this one for the straight guys out there. That's right, fellas. This one's for you. And I'm hoping that this video will challenge you a little bit, particularly if you're someone who has found yourself getting defensive or feeling uncomfortable with queer readings of some of your favorite characters. If that does describe you, I would like to kind of prime you with a question before we get rolling on this topic, which is simply, why? Why does it bother you? And why does it matter? Just ruminate on that a little bit as we move forward. Because I'm hoping by the end of this, you'll not only have a more well-rounded understanding of Batman as a character, but a more nuanced appreciation for what he means to his fans, you included. And what self-respecting geek who eats, breathes, and lives comics wouldn't want that? Just one quick housekeeping note before we get started though. Every single time Batman comes up in any kind of analytical conversation, or really any conversation in general, somebody flies in with a reminder that Batman is an agent of the bourgeoisie, that Batman is a cop with extra police brutality, that Batman is a classist symbol. Yes. Yes, he is. Batman.
Finally, something for the straights, I know. Mike says, I'm older. I admit I'm not up on all the what's politically correct or not. When I engage with a person, I'm not judging how they look or identify. I'm only interested if they're a good guy, person, or a dick. I hope that doesn't make me horrible. It's all I know. No, I think that's fine to a degree, right? As long as it's not like, you know, because some people like to say shit like that in terms of like, they say like, I do not see color, right? So, you know, when they talk, when we talk about racism and shit, right? A lot of people like to be like, oh, I don't see color. But I think you've primed it a lot better than people who say that have. But I think the get out clause when people say something like that is that they say, you know, actually, I don't need to think about the struggles of other people. I can just sort of like crack on with my life and, you know, that's it basically. Do you know what I mean? Like it's kind of one of them. Like you kind of have to see color. Do you know what I mean? In that regard, like you kind of have to see someone's race. You kind of have to see someone's sexuality. You know, and if confronting it makes you uncomfortable, that's normal. Don't worry. I was extremely uncomfortable when I figured out I was like bisexual, right? After thinking I was straight for 28 fucking years. It's just a thing that happens. And of course it's going to happen when you're challenged with something that isn't in the, I guess, like, you know, common debate sphere amongst like every, you know, single person, working people and stuff, you know. The important thing is how you react if someone points out a problem. Yeah, that's absolutely, yeah. No, it's a great starting point. Yeah, it's a great starting point for sure, yeah.
Man is a deeply
it is good to not judge
character.
people.
He's a very, very complex topic. He is a very interesting archetype to explore in that regard. That is not what today's video is about. It will get talked about. I would like that to be its own thing. Batman and police brutality and classism is going to be its own topic. This is about queer stuff. If I wanted to include all of the details about this character that I initially thought about including in this video, it just never would have gotten done. Now, with that out of the way, let's hop back in time about 68 years and get to the bottom of this topic. Gay readings of Batman are documented all the way back to 1954, when German-American psychiatrist Frederick Wertham did to comics what psychiatrists of the era did best. That is, apply an aggressively sexual filter that no one asked for. Wertham was the mind behind the infamous Seduction of the Innocent, a publication that argued comic books were responsible for juvenile delinquency and other such undesirable behaviors.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like homosexuality and deviating from gender norms. Such things were...
Yeah, of course, like, you know, white conservative men back in the fucking 50s were like, these muscly dudes getting around in underpants, I don't like that. But really, they do like that. They like it a lot. Like, that's definitely what that is when they say that shit, you know. Reading Batman, like, I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me, you know.
At the time still considered mental disorders as outlined in the DSM.
Yeah.
Now, Wertham did exercise a rather broad focus on comics and was particularly critical of gore and violence common in horror titles, as well as general portrayals of sexuality, but we're going to focus on his contempt for DC superheroes.
Not read Wertham's book. Did he even notice how incredibly queer Wonder Woman was? Probably not, because it's okay for women to be queer-coded, because obviously the writers do that for men, right? You know what I mean? Notice Batman doesn't punch much. He slaps. He definitely punches. I don't know what you mean. Is that a flag? What do you mean?
There was no member of the DCU Trinity that was safe from Wertham's criticism.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean, like, a flag for what? A flag for what? What, that he's queer?
In his mind, Superman was a fascist symbol, and Wonder Woman was a lesbian awash in bondage subtext. I mean, he wasn't necessarily wrong on that front. Wonder Woman's creator, William Moulton Marston, owned the bondage theme pretty openly. As for Wonder Woman's sexuality, Wertham argued that her power and independence were hallmarks of lesbianism. Honestly, if his big gripe was about Diana's attraction to...
So yeah, I think, like, from what he's saying here, like, he did know. Nah, mate, I was trying to be funny. I should think before I type. Yes, you should. Appreciate that. I don't like fucking jokes like that. You know what I mean? I'm a queer man. You don't get to come into my space and make jokes like that. Thank you for being honest about it and saying that you were just trying to be funny. You don't need to be funny. You don't need to try and be funny. Like, we've already accepted you here, innit? We've already accepted you. There's no need to try and be funny. Like, if you stick around and you want to learn, you're going to learn a lot. Because I've got a lot of time for people who want to learn. You know, but you have to remember that if something doesn't feel right, leave it out. Do you get me?
Women, it was...
So I think that what you were saying, Lorcan, is like, is right. Like, I think that it's Finn saying here that he did notice that
there was no member of the DCU Trinity that was safe from
noticed that Wonder Woman was queer.
In his mind, Superman was a fascist symbol, and Wonder Woman was a lesbian awash in bondage subtext.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So, like, fucking, you know. All right, Delru. Listen, you don't need to take the piss out of someone who's being honest that they've made a mistake. All right. Like, do you know what I mean? Can we try and rein in the desire to be cruel to someone who's trying to fucking learn? What do you mean, lol, no? What do you mean, lol, no? Oh, okay, you're on about yourself. All right, okay, all right. Sorry, I'm just on fucking defensive mode now. You know what I mean? See, Mike, this is what happens, right? To give you a bit of an insight as to what it's like as a queer person, yeah? No, it's all right, Del. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Like, listen, to give you an insight as to what it's like as a queer person, yeah? I'm always expecting someone to come in here and call me the F word, innit? I'm always expecting it. It happens all the time. It happens every fucking day. Every fucking day. This is my job. Do you know what I mean? And what happens is, when people continue to make jokes like that, in an ideal world, you could make jokes like that, innit? You know what I mean? You could be accepted into our community. Well, you are accepted into our community as far as I'm concerned. Do you know what I mean? As long as you don't continue to do shit like that. But in an ideal world, cishet people could make jokes like that, and that's fine, right? But we don't live in an ideal world. We live in a world where I'm seriously, like, on the defensive all the fucking time. And so I'm on the defensive towards Del, who's a fucking regular, right? Like, I'm not having a go at you. I know I'm sounding a bit heated, but I'm not having a go at you. This is the world we live in, innit? No. Listen, you don't have to apologize. It's all right. Like, you've already apologized, innit? It's fine, you know? But it's literally like, that is an example of what happens when people make jokes like that, you know? That's a lot of why you're afraid of streaming as well, Emmy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Superman was meant to be an anti-fascist symbol. Yeah, it's weird how there's many readings, right? There's like a lot of readings in it of like Superman as fascist. Like in The Boys, like the main guy, the main antagonist is supposed to be Superman, innit? Like what's his name in The Boys? I can't remember. Mr. fucking Ultimate or something? I don't know. Excuse me. Someone gets into my stream, and even if Homelander, that's it, Homelander, yeah. Someone gets into my stream, and even if I'm not on camera, I get that shit simply because they hear my voice and see she, her pronouns. Right. Exactly. That's the thing, and it sucks so much for women, you know, especially trans women of color as well, the most, you know, for stuff like this, because it's just a fucking nightmare, you know? This is why I love your streams as a dumb cishet. I get to learn and experience so many viewpoints I wouldn't ordinarily come across. And that's why you're fucking welcome here, innit? Do you know what I mean? Because you're, like, ready to learn and listen, innit, you know? Like, there's plenty of cishet people in my community. Plenty. I know there are. Because I'm quite cishet coded. Do you know what I mean? I don't like to say that I'm straight passing, but I do pass as straight. You know? So, of course, and I am cis, so it makes sense, right? But yeah. Learning, I stream also, I don't want to alienate anyone. Yeah, that's a good way to start it, honestly, you know what I mean? And you know, I don't think you're a bad guy, honestly. I don't think you are. Cishet coded? Do you not think I'm cishet coded? I think I'm cishet coded to like other cishets, right? To other cis people and heterosexual people, I appear cishet. But to everyone who's queer, you all know. Right? You all fucking know. Anyway. Where were we now?
There was no member of the DCU Trinity that was safe from Wertham's criticism. In his mind, Superman was a fascist symbol, and Wonder Woman was a lesbian awash in bondage subtext. I mean, he wasn't necessarily wrong on that front. Wonder Woman's creator, William Moulton Marston, owned the bondage theme pretty openly. As
It's the beard, it makes you look like an alpha? Yeah, true.
for Wonder Woman's sexuality, Wortham argued that her power and independence were hallmarks of lesbianism. Honestly, if his big gripe was about Diana's attraction to women, it was the right conclusion from the wrong place. Since about 2011, Wonder Woman's bisexuality has been pretty much solidified, which honestly kind of felt like a given. I mean, she's lived for thousands of years on an island populated entirely
I just thought it was a funny phrase. Yeah, they see what they want to see. They're just catching up that queer men can have beards since George Michael. Yeah. That's right.
women and clearly experiences attraction, so between that and her relationship with Steve Trevor, Diana is about as bi/pan as they come. But that's a story for another day. Let's get back to Batman. Perhaps most famously, Wortham fervently argued that Batman embodied explicitly gay themes. In his view, this messaging not only had a direct impact on young readers of the comic, but should have been patently clear to anyone of academic leanings.
Several years ago, a California psychiatrist pointed out that Batman's stories are psychologically homosexual. Our researchers confirm this entirely. Only someone ignorant of the fundamentals of psychiatry and the psychopathology of sex can fail to realize the subtle atmosphere of homoeroticism which pervades the adventures of the mature Batman and his young friend Robin.
He honed in a fair amount on the imagery, particularly Robin's bare legs and tendency to be posed crotch forward. Now, that's his observation, not mine, though he would probably be rolling in his grave over where our boy Grayson has gotten to since his innocent origins. What seemed to stand out to Wortham as even more offensive, however, was the obvious affection shared by the dynamic duo.
As they sit by their fireplace, the young boy sometimes worries about his partner. Something's wrong with Bruce. He hasn't been himself these past few days. It is like a wish dream of two homosexuals living together.
It's this point in the book that Wortham ventures into his interviews with gay youth who were, at the time, being treated for their homosexuality. Questioned directly on the topic of Batman, one of said patients mused pleasantly about an
If you want to know what treated for their homosexuality means, conversion therapy. That's what that means. It will be anything from literally forced feminization. So they would be given like testosterone blockers and estrogen. And they would also be made infertile, which is basically eugenics. Anything from that to like electric shock therapy, self-harm based therapies, stuff like that. Really nasty Nazi shit.
image of the shared manor house, quote, beautifully landscaped, warmly lighted,
like Alan Turing,
a pair side by side looking out a picture window. The same subject went on to expound on things I'd rather not get demonetized over, but his contribution ends specifically with stating how he would place himself in the rescued role when he was reading these stories. How he often fantasized about what it would feel like to be loved by someone like Batman or Superman. According to Wortham, another great violation in the Batman comics was the degradation of gender roles, feeding this inclination towards softness in some male readers being one example. Robin was often placed in perilous situations that required him to be rescued, a docile role typically reserved for women. Where the ladies of the Batman universe were concerned, their deviation from expected behaviors was also deemed part of the problem. Primarily, they were too badass.
A typical female character is the Catwoman, who's vicious and uses a whip. The atmosphere is homosexual and anti-feminine. If the girl is good looking, she's undoubtedly...
Oh my god, it's like Rebel fucking D-words. Oh my god, if you weren't there for the showing of Rebel D-words, right? Oh my god, like the whole idea that kink is anti-feminine is so wrong. There were so many lesbians back in the day, like in the 70s and the 80s, who like had their own kink nights. You know, it's just so ridiculous that you would like say something like that. This guy is obviously like a, you know, piece of shit, but it's just so wrong. Like if I was in a flat or a house with a flatmate and they were not themselves, I would be concerned about them. Right! Exactly. It's actually extremely normal and doesn't mean you're queer at all if you're worried about your flatmate acting odd, you know, or acting out of sorts, right? I think the Superman as a fascist thing might be calling back to Gladiator by Philip Wiley, a novel that was an inspiration for Superman. The main character isn't a fascist, but it's all about hidden power. Okay, sure. Got no idea what you're on about, but yeah.
The villainess.
Selena Kyle, girl boss for 82 years and counting. Apparently, this fictional woman has single-handedly turned countless unsuspecting children gay by not doing femininity right or something. I don't know, I just work here. Now, am I using seduction of the innocent of all things to argue that Batman is inherently gay? No. Personally, I'm deeply uncomfortable with Wertham's reading because Dick was a child and Bruce was intended more as a father figure. The primary reason Robin was added to the comics was to give Batman someone to talk to so that the panels weren't all thought bubbles and narration. Robin being...
Right, women being dominant seen as masculine by the patriarchy. Right, because how can you be dominant if you're a woman? You have to be a man if you want to be dominant.
A boy was intended as a way for the target demographic to be able to relate to Batman. Some of said target demographic just so happened to be gay. What I'm trying to illustrate here is that Batman comics have always had a gay and gender non-conforming following who saw themselves in the stories. And this goes all the way back to when these people were under threat of being institutionalized for even having those thoughts and feelings. The very fact that Batman, so early in his inception, was criticized for apparent portrayals of homosexuality was in itself something gay audiences could identify with. After all, they too were policed and criticized on those grounds. So defensiveness over the history of the character where gay readings are concerned have always confused me by virtue of not factoring in the history of the character. It's all well and good to say Batman was written as heterosexual when handled predominantly by heterosexual writers throughout time periods where homosexuality was actively censored. I am speaking, of course, of the Comics Code Authority, born out of Wertham's fearmongering in 1954. If you're not explicitly familiar...
Wertham would have had an aneurysm if he ever even saw She-Hulk, yep.
...with the CCA, but have ever glanced at a comic book before, you've definitely seen it. It was an independent screening system that provided a stamp of approval indicating publishers had done their due diligence in censoring immoral or offensive content. Such content, just so we're clear, included excessive gore, naughty words, and sexual themes. It also...
So, this is in the 50s and 60s, right? This is in the 50s and 60s. Now, I don't know if you've heard of Gravity Falls. Most people have. There is a video knocking about, and I'm just trying to find it. Oh, fucking hell. Google search is shit for finding videos, even though it literally owns YouTube. Fucking, what is it now? Gravity Falls censorship. Right.
The following.
This is like a thing that's been going around a lot of leftist react channels and shit. So if you've not seen it, this is very fucking funny. But this is basically like Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls was created in like 2015. So, you know, we're talking about the same kind of censorship that happened in the 50s and the 60s in 2015. I think maybe even later.
Are real emails from the Disney TV Standards and Practices Department. Monday, September 9th, 2011, page 31. Please revise poop face as it comes across as a replacement for shit face. Prior use of Mabel saying poop, poop, and butts in the episode Fight Fighters came across as more childlike and not as offensive.
I've never met a human on Earth of any age who would be offended by a cartoon saying the word poop face. Not changing it.
Page 492. It has come to our attention that hoo-ha is a slang term for vagina. Please revise.
It is a proper word meaning excitement or hullabaloo, and that is clearly its meaning here. The context is an owl-themed restaurant called Hoo-Ha's Jamboree.
Right.
Not changing it.
Page 14. Please revise. Chub pup on t-shirt.
Chub pup. I mean, that does have a sexual connotation on its own. Like, if you showed me the word chub pup, I would be like, yeah, okay, I could see like a guy calling himself that on Grindr, innit?
Chub as a sexual connotation.
This is silly. It's an image of a fat dog. From the context, there's no reason to think chub means anything other than...
It's literally just a fat dog, though. It's literally just a fat little dog.
than that.
We have ran this phrase up the line, and unfortunately, the concern surrounding it still remains. If you'd like to send me some alternate phrases, I can run those and let you know what becomes of it.
Alternate phrases. Chubby pup. Tub pup. Chubbity pup pup. I can't believe I have to do this.
Little
Page
chonker.
380. Please revise the action of Blubs putting his arm around Durland. As noted in previous concerns, their affectionate relationship should remain comical versus flirtatious.
It can only be a joke if they're gay.
Nope. They're...
Penis dog.
The gesture is approved in this context. Page 50. Please replace G's.
G's. Please replace G's.
As the term is considered an abbreviation of Jesus.
By who? By who? Literally by who? Hey, Beef Cliff, what's going on? Yeah, round boy. Literally just a round boy. A real unit. You've known people who didn't like G's? Absurd individuals. Absolutely absurd. Yeah, old Christian ladies who are never going to watch Gravity Falls. You know what I was watching? Me and my partner have started rewatching The Simpsons, and I think I'm going to be doing a video on it, by the way, because holy shit, Homer Simpson is one of the worst pieces of shit known to humankind. But anyway, more about that in the video that I may or may not make about it. But yeah, we were watching the episode Marge versus Itchy and Scratchy, right? So it's like she does this whole thing where like Maggie, who is a baby, watches an episode of Itchy and Scratchy and copies something that they do, right? Which is hit someone on the head with a mallet, and then she like fucking literally like gets fucking a mallet and hits Homer over the head, right? And it injures him. And then like she sees that she's learning stuff from Itchy and Scratchy. Now, here's the thing with that, right? Here's the thing with that. She's a baby. Of course a baby shouldn't be watching shit like that. And Marge goes to like the whole hog of like literally starting a protest group, like a conservative Christian protest group to cancel The Simpsons. Right? But the older kids know that it's cartoon violence and that they shouldn't be repeating it and stuff, right? So it's like what happens with censorship is that people think, right, okay, what could we potentially be sued by? And that's all it is. It's literally just that. Isn't it an abbreviation of Jesus? Well, it might be an abbreviation of Jesus, but the vernacular has changed so much since that is a thing that no one even thinks of it like that. No one even thinks of it like that. You know? Jesus to Jesus is what gosh is to God. Surely they're what people say when they stop themselves mid-blaspheme, right? Exactly, yeah, exactly. It's like when people go, oh, sugar. You know? Last episode, Marge divorces Homer. That should have happened in season 1. Honestly. When you see... There's an episode, right? There's an episode of The Simpsons where Marge is going to cheat on Homer because for her fucking birthday, right? For her fucking birthday, he buys her a bowling ball with his name on it. And the way that he literally, like, you know, tries to defend himself because of this, it's like, he fucking literally, like, is just like, oh, well, you know, honey, I thought, honey, I can't do a Homer voice. Honey, I can't fucking do it. But, like, you know, and she's understandably pissed, so she goes bowling and meets a guy who is, there's nothing wrong with him. He's a bit of a sex fiend, but there's nothing wrong with him. He doesn't, like, sexually assault her. He doesn't, like, harass her or anything like that. He just, like, fancies her, and he's, like, very honest about it and very open about it, and she should, for everything, every single line points to Marge going out with this man. Going out with this man and like cheating on Homer. Every single fucking conclusion leads to it. Homer doesn't even redeem himself in that episode. He doesn't even redeem himself for what he did. He just like acts a bit sad. And because she's seen him acting a bit sad, she just goes back to him. And then when she goes back to him, he's like, he carries her out of the fucking power plant and he's like, I'm gonna be in the backseat of my car for 10 minutes with my wife. So he's like horrific to her. She's literally too good for him. Yeah, Marge is basically stay with your abuser. Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, yeah, the number of times he literally strangles Bart. He's actually just a child abuser, yeah. Was that the Ricky Gervais episode? No, Ricky Gervais has not been in The Simpsons till, like, season 10 or something, right? I don't know. Lola Sebastian has a great video about the existential dread of Marge Simpson. I'm gonna have to check that out, yeah. Yeah. Lola Sebastian's the person that did the video about Frasier recently, right? Imagine your spouse announcing to their colleagues that they're about to do sex with you, yeah. Especially if it's a man and you're a woman, right? You know? Like, the power dynamic there is like, ugh. Gross. Just gross, right? Oh, that was Little Hoot and Liberal Cook? Oh, okay. Homer is also a homophobe. Yeah, there's that one episode where he's like a homophobe, but then he does... I don't know, I can't remember. That episode's obviously... we're going to watch that soon anyway, but... I feel like he does come round in the end towards John. Literally John Waters, by the way. It's a pretty good episode of The Simpsons, to be honest. It's one of the first episodes of The Simpsons I ever saw as a kid. It was very, very funny. It's just why I hate Simpsons, South Park, Family Guy, Futurama, just abusive people being shitty. I don't know much about Futurama, but I do know a bit about The Simpsons and, of course, South Park and Family Guy. Like, yeah. I watched a lot of South Park and Family Guy, unfortunately. I did watch a lot of The Simpsons, but, like, it graduated to Family Guy when I got to, like, 17 or something, you know? Hey, Sadistic Kitten, what's going on? Welcome in. Yo, gang, go show some love to Sadistic Kitten. How you doing? How's it all going? Long time no see. Homer's relationship to homosexuality is more complex than that. I don't know. Listen, as far as I know, he's just a fucking horrible prick, right? Family Guy is just irredeemable. It's irredeemable. Homer Simpson could potentially be redeemable in some later seasons or something. I don't know, because like I said, I've not gone past season 2 yet. But in season 2, he is portrayed as just a horrific abuser. Like one of the most abusive people in the world, like to his children, to his wife. Fucking hell. You know. But anyway, out of the stun lock, back to the fucking video. You know. Love how we got stun locked just there. Well, I say I got stun locked. It's all me, you know? Gang, don't forget we're watching a video by the wonderful, fantastic Mr. Fox today. Please go and show Finn some love. He's a phenomenal trans creator. I read stuff in this video. So you should watch this video anyway. Have it running in a tab muted alongside me. Give him a like. Give him a subscribe. Give him a comment. You know? You know?
Screened for any content including public authorities, such as politicians and police officers, that portrayed them, quote, in such a way as to create disrespect for established authority. If this feels hilariously ironic when applied to countless titles about vigilantes taking the law into their own hands, it's because it is. Needless to say, given that gay and trans people were considered moral degenerates during the CCA's inception, even the slightest hint of our existence could be grounds for censorship. Let's just keep in mind that this is from the same organization that approved a story about the gruesome murder of a child and a cover image depicting his demise in a narrative with a terrorism subplot. Apparently that was permissible.
Sadistic Kitten, thank you so much for the 4 months of subbage. Gang, just to let you know, this is my job. I'm doing my job right now. I like to get paid for my job. If you want to see me succeed, if you want to see me pay my rent, my bills, my food, and my porn bills, as you can see via the dono goal down below, please consider donating via the sub off Twitch command. Of course, subscribing is more than appreciated. I'm not going to stop people from subscribing if they don't want to see ads and shit like that. But I would ask you to please consider, if you're financially able to support the stream, to do so via the sub off Twitch command in the chat. The reason I ask people to do this is twofold, I think, actually. Twitch is a terrible platform for protecting marginalized creators. Marginalized creators have asked many things of Twitch. They've not happened. And for that, we are trying to make a bit of a statement in taking some money away from them. Because, of course, Twitch takes 50% of all subs and takes a hefty chunk of a percentage of bits. So please consider that when supporting me personally, other creators, obviously, whatever, do what you want. And also it means that 100% of the money that you donate to me will go directly to your boy. Innit? So there you go. Also, we've only got £112 to go, I think. Is that right? £112? Damn, people pay for porn. You fucking should pay for porn. It is wildly unethical to consume porn on sites like Pornhub, X-Hamster, shit like that. There are so many talented sex workers out there who deserve your money. I am telling you right now. Literally, Beef Cliff. That's right. That's right. Pay them money. Pay them for their work. Yes, correct. We support sex workers in this stream. Anyway, where the fuck was I? Can't remember where the fuck I was. Oh, yeah. We've only got fucking 112 quid to go until we get to the halfway point of this month's dono goal. That means that we will be unlocking movie night for the month. We will be watching Labyrinth, I've decided, just right now, right here, right now. And if we get to 400 quid before the halfway point of the month, which is the 15th of the month. Yo, Sadistic Kitten! Heart. Thank you so Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for not only subbing, but also subbing off Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sadistic Kitten. Heart. I love how she said that. She was like a mank then. I'm going to give you a heart. What was I going to say? Yeah, we're going to watch Labyrinth, and we're also, if we get to the halfway point before the halfway point of the month, i.e. the 15th of July, then we will also be watching a documentary called Chasseurs du Skins, or Chasseurs du Skins, which is about anti-fascist gangs in France in the 70s. I think they have, like, cool suspenders and, like, fucking mullets and shit. Beef Cliff! Thank you so much for the £7.24. We're at £300.69. Nice. That's only another 100 quid to go before we get to the halfway point. We can watch Chasseurs du Skins and Labyrinth. So yeah, fucking nice one. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Right, let's continue with the video.
Yet it took another 5 years for us to see a gay kiss in mainstream comics.
Title is Skinhead Hunter. Yeah, literally, yeah. Yeah. Keep the accent. Yeah, you know it.
Comics with the publication of Enigma in 1993. Contrary to popular belief, the medal for the first explicit mainstream comic gayness portrayal does, in fact, go to DC Comics.
Oh.
Although even then, it was published under Vertigo, their darker, more adult-oriented branch, absent CCA approval. Now, I could go on about the Comics Code and its degradation over time, but we'd be here all day. Just keep in mind that up until 2001 when Marvel ditched it, and 2011 when DC finally followed suit, this was basically the standard. That is, any depictions of queerness were actively censored until at least the 2000s, so if you're a heterosexual comic fan who feels like you've been suddenly inundated with queer characters, it's because we have a whole lot of catching up to do thanks to about 50 years of literally not being allowed to show them. Creators who were formerly censored have a little bit more creative.
So, like, if you're a cishet person and, you know, it gets on your tits that there are loads of queer and, you know, people of color characters that are, like, popping up nowadays, that's why. That's literally why. Like, we've not had any representation for fucking years, you know? Also, you should do some introspective work if that does make you uncomfortable, as to why it makes you uncomfortable. But yeah, that's literally it. That's literally it. You know what I mean? Love it when you're having a mank moment. I love having a mank moment. A mank attack. Always have a mank attack. I love having a mank attack.
of freedom when it comes to writing themselves and...
I had a manic attack last night at the fucking Zelda trivia game. Jesus Christ. Does anyone else feel like last night's stream was a fever dream? It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. Did anyone clip the Zelda moment? I'm going to have a look now. I'm going to have a look now and see if there's clips. It was so funny. Yeah, it was. What are these? What are these clips? 5 hours ago, ghost stream. Wait, what? Clips of my channel, ghost stream 5 hours ago. Wait, what? No idea what that was. I feel like someone watched the VOD and created a clip or some shit. Anyway, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Fucking Windwalker! Windwalker! What a fucking load of shit. What a load of shit. Are you a true Kirby fan? Answer these Zelda Windwalker questions. Hey, Queen Pib, what's going on, gang? Please go and show some love to Queen Pib. A phenomenal content creator. If you love my politics, you'll love her politics. And you'll just love her stream production and everything. Yeah. Oh, God. I went to bed when you were doing the Zelda game. What did I miss? Just fucking watch the VOD, honestly. I can't... Oh, it's so stupid. So stupid. Oh, my God. The man himself is in the chat. Finntastic Mr Fox. Gang, please go show some love to Finn. He's just a great content creator. As I've been saying this whole time, literally, play the video in a muted tab. Give him the views. You know, give him a like, give him a subscribe, give him a comment. This is the first time I'm watching the video that I'm in, Finn. Jane Doe says there's also just hetero-cis normativity, the unhealthy assumption everyone is straight and cis until proven otherwise. Right, exactly. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too. You're one space away in 3 places in Bingus. That's why you gotta come back next month. Hopefully you'll get a better card next month. Hopefully you'll get a better card next month. And we got so many cool games. And we're gonna get even more cooler games next month as well. You best believe it.
Into these stories, or generally just portraying characters that are different from what we're used to seeing. But to summarize the point here, these characters aren't being made queer. We're simply seeing where their stories and personalities can go without looming censorship. And I want you to take a moment to ask yourself why this might resonate so much with queer audiences. Like it or not, comics, particularly the Batman comics, are inextricably linked with queer history and our ongoing timeline of liberation. But you didn't just come here for a history lesson. You came here to be delighted or pissed off by my interpretation of Batman canon.
That's right.
Who am I to disappoint? So I'm about to blow your mind with a pretty important fact that...
I honestly assume every comic book character is gay. Their magic powers should make the mundane boring. Yeah, I agree.
Frequently gets left out of this conversation, which is that Batman isn't real. I know that's a lot to take in. I was pretty bummed when I found out about it as well, but it's true. Batman is, in fact, a fictional character.
I can't believe it.
Subject to whatever interpretation each individual writer feels like applying to him. If we're going specifically on behavior, then sure. Batman is most often portrayed as heterosexual. This acknowledged, if you were looking for any queer man circa 1939 who wasn't also heterosexual at some point, you'd be looking for a long-ass time. But even this doesn't touch on the psychology of the character, which is also readily available in canon. Taking that approach, where does the evidence take us? Batman is asexual. It doesn't take extensive examination to see that Bruce has a general disinterest in sexual encounters. Not repulsion.
Who else did we see talk about this recently? We've watched a video where someone talks about how he's asexual. Or maybe we didn't watch it on my stream. Maybe I watched it on someone else's stream. Like, he is absolutely asexual. Oh, what fucking video was it? Now I'm losing it. I'm losing my shit.
Go there, but it's pretty much always in response to another character initiating.
FD. Yeah, FD Sig talked about this, right? I'm pretty sure FD Signifier talked about this. Was it FD? Fuck, I can't remember. Was it the problem with asexual representation? I don't know. We watched so many videos here, gang, and I've got so much ADHD. We didn't watch it on stream. Okay, yeah, we might have watched. Yeah. X-Men comics recently have strongly suggested that Cyclops and Wolverine have had sex. There's definitely a poly. They're definitely in a poly relationship with Jean Grey, and Cyclops might also be seeing Emma Frost. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, he touched on it, didn't he? He did. Yeah, he did. No, I don't think I've seen that video, Adrenaline. But that we could stick that on the list. We can stick it on the list.
It's also made abundantly clear that the billionaire playboy...
That's right. No, we did watch it because it's in FD's Manosphere video. Because he talks about Batman and the Joker. Yeah, it's in his first one. You're right. Yeah.
Performance is just that. A performance. Rather than be drawn to sex, or to women in an explicitly sexual manner, Bruce prioritizes other aspects of his life, making exceptions only for those he connects with on some other level. Bruce Wayne is also famously one of the few human characters who shows at least some level of resistance to Poison Ivy's powers in many instances. Some creators and fans will argue that this is his superhuman willpower, but worth consideration is the fact that physical attraction ain't really a thing that affects the guy, giving him a leg up against foes like Ivy. I personally feel that Robert Pattinson encapsulated this aspect of Bruce's character brilliantly in The Batman. Catwoman, as a character, exudes sexuality, and Zoe Kravitz's depiction did not fall short on that front, while also exemplifying the tenacity, fearlessness, and talent Selina Kyle brings to the fore. Her attraction toward Batman was incredibly clear, but was it reciprocated? Not really. At least not until they developed...
Yeah, like, I didn't watch much Batman as a kid. Like, I think I watched... There was, like, the popular version of Batman, and I definitely watched Batman Forever when I was a kid. Because, of course, I did. I think everybody fucking did. And I think I might have watched the Michael Keaton one when I was a kid. But in terms of series, I think, like... What was the first one I watched? What was the first series that I watched? There's one of him in like a red suit, which was like the edgier version of Batman. And like in the title screens, it like pops up with various words like apathy and like misanthropy and shit like that. You know? I think Bats is accidental Aero Ace rep. You can't offend anyone if the guy isn't into anyone. Yeah. Oh, Batman Beyond. That's it, Prince. Yeah, Batman Beyond. Yeah, I fucked with Batman Beyond when I was a kid, for sure. But I do remember that a lot. That was like a huge thing. And like, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. Like, I get what you're saying about the accidental Aero Ace rep. I don't think it was to not offend anybody. I think it was probably more like, oh, he's a fucking Sigma male. You know, he's a Sigma male. You can't interest him with your wiles. Sorry. Don't care how sexy you are. I'm harder than that. Do you know what I mean? I'm stronger than that. I can't get seduced by the wiles of a woman, you know? Like that. I think that's what it was. I think that's how it was like penned by the writers in most Batmans, but like, of course, like of course I want to read it as Aero Ace, you know what I mean? Because that's just cool. That's just better. I want to read him as bisexual Aero Ace for sure. It's like in the same way there's various different queer readings that you can make of different types of media in it, right? And it wasn't intended to be that way. Maybe by some writers, I don't know, but it comes across as a queer-coded character, you know? And the reason that we look for queer-coded characters is, as Finn rightly pointed out previously in the video, we didn't have any representation for fucking years. So, you know.
Connection, at which point we see Bruce follow through on romantic feelings, but not necessarily sexual ones. In fact, we're even given a scene where he quite literally watches Selina undress, and the inappropriate angle of this doesn't even cross his mind. I'd argue it's because that inclination isn't even present. He's looking for information, not gratification. More recently, in the issue that reignited this entire discourse, Chip Zdarsky and Carmine Di Giandomenico show Bruce in a blatantly homoerotic exchange. As it turns out, Bruce was using seduction to gather information, which, of course, many heterosexual fans interpreted as confirmation of Batman's straightness. What I took from this, and I know I'm not alone here, is just affirmation of Batman's asexuality, and the fact that sexual attraction is simply a performance in his repertoire.
The Bat Bros lost it over that comment. Yeah, over that comic. Yeah, of course they did. Yeah.
One thing that all Batman fans of all orientations can agree on is that in the dichotomy of Bruce Wayne and Batman, the real person is the Bat. And if you've missed that guy's general disinterest in sex, I don't know what to tell you. He doesn't really hide it. So his ability to perform attraction toward women and men with the same convincing proficiency is more in line with biromantic asexuality than it is with heterosexuality.
Yeah, for sure.
But let's step aside from Bruce Wayne's patterns both in and out of the cowl and go back to that whole he's not a real person thing. Batman is an archetype, an outlet for the inclinations of those writing and a point of connection for those reading. That's kinda the whole point of art and how we see ourselves in it. Straight fans can connect to Batman's relationships with women. Asexual fans can connect with his lack of attraction and the fact that said relationships are often performative. And gay fans can connect with the fact that an embodiment of the masculine power fantasy performs heterosexuality by day and dons fetishistic leather gear to spend his nights in the company of an acrobatic twink. I'm sorry, straight friends. You don't get a monopoly on interpretation just because Batman's longest running love interest, who is canonically bi while we're on it, happens to be a woman.
Yep.
There are 1,000,001 different ways to be queer, and Batman ticks a great many boxes that would qualify him.
Thank you, Finn. Thank you.
We already talked about the running theme of him seeing women just to keep up appearances, which lends itself to gay or asexual readings more readily than it does heterosexual ones, but let's go through some others. Batman draws the obsessive fixation of a great many openly queer or queer-coded villains. His entire narrative is one of duality, playing the role expected of him in the public eye and living his truth underground. He's surrounded by found family with whom he can share his true self, expressed via campy outfits because of course. This found family is built from a place of empathy for those who share the experience of being lost, alone, or just plain weird by conventional standards. Bruce is also pretty much always in some kind of a co-parenting arrangement with other men, specifically Alfred and Superman. In Nightwing Year 1, when a fight between the dynamic duo finally leads to Dick giving up the mantle of Robin, who does he go to for support? None other than Clark Kent. The pair sit down for a heart-to-heart that leads to Dick naming his new masked persona after the Kryptonian hero, Nightwing. That is, he chooses a new name in honor of a father figure who offers patience and guidance to counteract Bruce's stern discipline and unrealistic standards. This is hugely important in Grayson's development not only as a superhero, but from boyhood to manhood. Now, I could go on. We could do an entire analysis of the homosexual...
A man peeping non-consensually on a woman isn't less bad just because Ace, and it kind of does disservice to Ace people to try and make that kind of connection. Yeah, but Finn didn't say that it wasn't bad. You know?
Actual undertones of just the Lego Batman movie if we wanted to, but there's a much more important point here that I'd like to get to. Now, we can talk canonical themes all day long, but they're only half of the case for the inherent queerness of Batman, because all this goes beyond mere themes open to interpretation and gets a lot more.
Yeah, I don't remember any of those fucking people stood behind him.
Real. Especially when we consider the many queer creators who have written, directed, and portrayed The Dark Knight. Let's start with non-binary comic book legend Grant Morrison, who wrote a number of Batman titles between 2006 and 2013.
I've still not watched Lego Batman.
Is that their Dick Grayson Batman stories are the best ones. Having the jovial Grayson and brooding Wayne dynamic back but with the mantles swapped is just so much fun. Morrison has some pretty interesting thoughts on this as someone who has written the character extensively. In a 2012 interview with Playboy, they extrapolated specifically on the gay themes rampant in the title.
Gayness is built into Batman. I'm not using gay in the pejorative sense, but Batman is very, very gay. There's just no denying it. Obviously, as a fictional character, he's intended to be heterosexual, but the basis of the whole concept is utterly gay. I think that's why people like it. All these women fancy him and they all wear fetish clothes and jump around rooftops to get to him. He doesn't care. He's more interested in hanging out with the old guy and the kid.
Now, Playboy took this quote and reduced it to a soundbite of
I did the Grant Morrison voice, that's right, the Grant Morrison quote.
A lot of people were pissed, and it wasn't until a follow-up interview with the New Statesman that Morrison was really given the opportunity to clarify. And in doing so...
I was doing ventriloquism. There's actually silent... If you watch this video in the background or whatever, or if you watch it after the stream, that bit just has no It just has no dialogue. I was throwing my voice without moving my lips. That's literally it. Of course Finn wanted me to do the voice of the bald guy, you know?
Arguably just made a case for the character's asexuality.
You can easily dial up the black leather fetishistic night-dwelling aspects of Batman and the masculinity of Batman and get a pretty good gay Batman. But as I said, ultimately, he's not gay because he has no sex life, really. All he is an adventurer. Typecasting. Sometimes they show him with girls. Sometimes he never seems to be going out with girls.
Of course, the fact that they had to revisit the topic and clarify in the first place speaks volumes. Apparently a writer can't even muse about a character's sexuality being anything but straight without facing backlash. Which is part of the problem, because these themes have always been there and continue to be there, openly enjoyed by straight and queer fans alike. I mean, are we not gonna talk about the camp of the Silver Age? Hell, are we not gonna talk about Joel Schumacher?
Yep.
Honestly, I don't think we really have to. His work speaks for itself. But that's the problem, isn't it?
The fucking Batusi.
Rampant queerness in the Batman universe is all well and good until it's specifically stated that that's what it
God, I'm thinking about that Batusi.
is. Expecting a character to be ill-defined enough to make it past the remnants of Christian censorship and the delicate sensibilities of straight fans in order to succeed would be a mere annoyance if it existed in a vacuum. But it doesn't. It bleeds
Like
out.
that scene there, it looks like a fucking scene out of Labyrinth. Like this fucking scene.
Rampant queerness in the Batman
It's
universe
so
is all
silly.
well and good until it's specifically stated that that's what it is. Expecting a character to be ill-defined enough to make it past the remnants of Christian censorship and the delicate sensibilities of straight fans in order to succeed.
Like it looks like something out of fucking Dark Crystal. Like look at this set, it's phenomenal. I fucking love that shit. Oh, Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin. Is Batman and Robin the same as Batman Forever? Is that the one with Mr. Freeze in it? I watched the one with Mr. Freeze in it. But I have seen Batman and Robin as well. Yeah, it's extremely camp. Yeah, it's extremely camp. Very good. A very good laugh. Yeah. But there is like another one that's extremely camp, right? My friend is always saying, oh, Batman Forever is Mr. Freeze. Yeah, I watched Batman Forever. Oh, it's... Batman and Robin is the Mr. Freeze one. Right, yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, I've seen this one. Right, okay. Yeah, but there's Batman Forever as well, isn't there? Which is that George Clooney? Danny DeVito is the Penguin. Yeah, I've seen them both. Yeah, I've seen them both. Yeah. Yeah.
Would be a mere annoyance if it existed.
No, never mind, I'm drunk. Wait, what? Oh, it has the Riddler in it. Jim Carrey as the Riddler in it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they're both camp as fuck. Yeah. Danny DeVito's in Batman Returns. I've seen that one and all. Turns out I've seen 3 of the silly Batman movies. But I don't know if Batman Returns is silly. Because there's like a bit where the Penguin's a baby and it eats a cat. Does anyone remember that? It's extremely fucked up. Does anyone remember that one? Extremely fucked up scene where the Penguin is a baby and it has there's like a pet cat and it just like grabs it and eats it. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? That fucked me up as a kid for a long time. That's a different kind of silly. Yeah, a different kind of silly. Hey, Cussy, what's going on? Extremely jarring, yeah. Catwoman does a taser murder-suicide kiss? Wait, what? I don't remember that. I think probably child me checked out after the bat eating. That one was Michael Keaton. Right, okay. Batman Returns. Right, okay, with you now. Fucking hell. Madness. Absolute madness.
Existed in a vacuum, but it doesn't. It bleeds out, and it reflects the very real experiences of a great many people, one in particular who has had a profound impact on Dark Knight.
Batman Returns is campy in the darkest, most scar you as a child way.
As we have come to know and love him. I am talking,
She kills Walker by kissing him on the lips through a taser?
Conroy
What?
is the voice of Batman. If you consumed any Batman or Justice League cartoons or video games, you already know that. September 5th of this year actually marks the 30th anniversary of Conroy's debut as the Caped Crusader, and there's more yet to come. He has carried the Batman mantle longer than any other actor or writer and reached a huge audience in the process. He's also a gay man, and only in the past 6 years or so has he expressed this fact openly on his platform. His reason for separating this aspect of his identity from his work throughout the 80s and 90s shouldn't be challenging to figure out. Most...
See that, like, those brow wrinkles that he's got? Every gay man gets those. Every single one. Because it's because of the face that you make when you're browsing Grindr. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you get those wrinkles.
Queer people can tell you about our experiences having to hide who we are, about wearing a mask. Dare I even say, leading a double life that necessitates separation between the permissible person we present by day and the reality that emerges when the sun goes down. Conroy has spoken openly about his struggles as a gay man trying to make his way in Hollywood. The harassment and rejection he faced, the funerals he...
No one likes that joke? Thank you, Nyekanois. Thank you for humoring me. Appreciate that.
Attended for friends lost to the AIDS crisis, and how all of this impacted him.
Listen, I'm working fucking hard right now. I'm trying to come up with jokes on the spot. The least you could do is type KEKW in the chat. It's not hard.
To share this with the world is why I felt comfortable talking about it here. In all honesty, it's why I feel comfortable talking about this entire topic as a bisexual man and DC Comics fan. I encourage you to go ahead and read Kevin Conroy's piece in this year's DC
I did a silent groan.
Pride collection. It would be a disservice for me to summarize his story here. And hey, if you've stubbornly been refusing to buy anything with a rainbow on it all your life, maybe now is a good time to challenge yourself and break that streak. Do it for Batman. Instead, what I'd like to do here is share something very special and deeply personal that offered me a glimpse into Conroy's story and how it shaped his understanding of Batman. And it happened at a time when I was really in need of that connection.
Hey, Finn. This is Batman, calling you from Wayne Manor. I wanted to wish you a very, very happy holiday. And Jackie thinks the world of you. It's great to have friends like that. She told me you just came out and how proud she is of you. You should be proud of yourself. That takes a lot of courage to just admit who you are to the world. That's a big part of the Batman story, I think, is he has these two identities. I have always thought the real identity was Batman. That's who he is. That's who he became after he watched his parents get murdered. But he's incapable of sharing that identity with the world. So he creates this social artifice of Bruce Wayne to be acceptable. But that's not who he really is. He really is Batman. And he only lets people in who he feels he trusts. And that's part of the flaw of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is a very flawed man. It's why people love him so much, I think. Of all the superheroes, he's the one who has no superpowers. His superpower is his humanity, is his passion to heal the world using just his strength, his will to do good, to do the right thing. So he fights evil. And that's what people love about the character, I think, so much, is that he is so human. He is so flawed. We are all flawed. So my hat's off to you for being able to be honest about who you are. Because, you know, you only get one ticket in life, and you don't want to waste any of the time playing games for other people. It's your life.
Yeah.
And you're grabbing it like you should. That's great. So, I'm in your corner, Finn. Batman's got your back.
No.
Have a good holiday.
What you just saw.
Oh, that's so fucking special. Oh, Finn, I fucking love that so much. That's so fucking dope. Hell yeah, Batman. Hell yeah. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, people crying in the chat. Yeah, that got me close. Not gonna lie, gang. That got me fucking close. Yeah, that's anything like that is super fucking heartwarming for me. Oh, I love that. I love that you included that. It still gets you. Yeah, of course it does. Of course it does. That's so beautiful.
Was a gift from one of my best friends.
Thank you for sharing that with everybody, Finn. That's awesome.
Jackie, sent to me the first holiday season after I finally came out and started my transition. I cried a lot because of course I did. Hearing those words, that message from this man, hit me in ways I don't think I can adequately communicate. It acknowledged struggles that I faced throughout most of my life and the freedom I've since found, all through the lens of a world that I'd escaped to when those struggles became too much. I think comic books provide an escape for many of us, for many different reasons, and none of them are wrong or right, but what is wrong is telling others that their interpretation of a character is incorrect, offensive, or shameful. Where Batman is concerned, it's not simply other fans that you cast aside in doing this, but
I remember this episode. Whatever the fuck series this is. I remember this. I remember the weird actual Bat guy.
also the queer creators who have used their experiences to bring the character to life. People who have tapped into the pain and duality inevitable in so many of our stories and turned it into art that you can connect with. The problem is not how we connect, but that so many straight fans can't seem to do it in the absence of declared heterosexuality. That your ability to relate to a character is suddenly compromised the moment you find out they're queer or read as such. Queer people have, since the inception of comics, found ways to see ourselves in characters that differ from us drastically, whether it's gender, sexuality, or both. So why can't you do the same?
Gargoyles! Hi, Fremley. How's it going? I don't know which one of you it is, but maybe both of you can hear me. How's it going? Gang, you should all go follow Fremley. Absolutely amazing. Fred and Emily. Stream team extraordinaire. I hope you're doing well. What's going down?
I want to kick off the closing with some insight from Will Brooker. Brooker is a professor at Kingston University who specializes in film, fandoms, and cultural studies with particular...
Little Brooker. I'm sure you didn't say that, Finn. I'm sure you said something like Lloyd Brooker. Wait, what does this say? Fellas, is it gay to empathize with people who aren't exactly like you?
I want to kick off the closing with some insight from Will Brooker. Brooker is a professor at Kingston University who specializes in film, fandoms, and...
Oh no, you got fucking COVID? Shit, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my fucking god. Let's get some love for Fremley in the chat, gang. Let's get some love for Fred and Emily.
Cultural studies with particular focus on Batman. In 2001, he published Batman Unmasked, analyzing a cultural icon. So if you're curious to read his work, you should check it out. He has also summarized this whole topic very nicely in a 2012 article about this very subject.
Batman, after 73 years of publication, with appearances on TV, in video games, movies, and comics, can never be tied down to any one identity. Batman has been a ridiculous Boy Scout, a fearsome vigilante, a protective father, a loner, a clown. Batman is a myth and a mosaic, an icon who catches the light at different angles at different times, and takes multiple forms. But gayness, from high camp to intense homoeroticism, is an important aspect of that icon.
If this quote bothers you...
Homoeroticism. Homoeroticism. That's the lesbian version. Sorry.
You're probably already searching for ways to...
These fucking captions suck!
...discredit Brooker's expertise. Like, sure, he studied Batman extensively, and he might have a PhD that strongly backs his ability.
Listen, there are two partnered streamers in the chat. Are there any, like, better fucking Google Chrome-based subtitle fucking closed caption bits of extensions that I can get that you know of? Does anyone know? Because these ones, the standard Google Chrome ones, fucking suck. No, it's not nothing to do with you, Finn. Like, this isn't even, because you don't even have them available for the YouTube auto captions or anything. This is just one that I use when that's not available, and it's so bad. It's so bad. You just use YouTube CC? Yeah, sometimes YouTube stuff doesn't have the captions ready. So anyway, it doesn't matter. Finn will have captions ready for everybody very, very, very soon. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you get the video in your watch later if you want to watch it again with the subtitles and stuff. Hey Lyra, how's it going?
To
and hi Ravaging Marvel as well.
But how can anyone be an expert in a fictional character? How indeed? Might I suggest turning that indignation inward in search of an answer for why you've apparently granted yourself that very authority? Except Brooker is using it to open up the conversation and welcome people in, and you're apparently using it to try and exclude everyone who's not like you. But while we're looking inward, let's also ask, why would it so undermine your love of Batman for him to be anything other than heterosexual? Is his ability to say
Yeah, I don't know why, Finn, because on mine they automatically like get done. I don't know why they've not done them for you, but it literally just says subtitles not available. No idea why. And this video has been out for like 3 weeks or some shit, right? Like I don't know why. Or 2 weeks even.
To women that important to the vicarious male power fantasy? You know, the fact that he has women throwing themselves at him but maintains disinterest? Now, there is a whole mass of
maybe it's the content ID
wrapped up in creating
that
particular detail. Have you ever asked yourself why it's so important to you? But I think it goes even deeper than this for a lot of people. It's easy to feel defensive of the characters we love. After all, they tend to serve as reliable constants in our lives, not to mention mementos of some of our most precious years and experiences.
Yep.
I've already mentioned how the Batman universe was an escape for me, but being in the closet isn't the only reason someone might need an imaginary world to run to. Everything from experiencing trauma to simply enjoying the comic book adventure can tether us to such a place. But the more time we spend there, the more we see ourselves in these characters, the more they embody pieces of who we are. You have likely tied Batman to your identity in some way. Maybe
if you are a cishet individual and you identify with Batman in whatever way because of what Finn has just been talking about in the video here, it doesn't matter if people have readings of a character in a different way to you. You can still have that reading. It's yours to have. It's your own personal thing. Like, you know, we've got to get... I think shit like that comes with the idea that we absolutely have to own things in this society, right? Under capitalism, under imperial, like, white settler colonialism, we have to own things. Right? We have to own stuff. And so it's like you own a character. Or like the person who made the character owns the character. And that's nonsense. No one fucking owns anything. Like, owns anything. That's all just made up stuff. It doesn't mean anything. It's completely nonsensical, right? Yeah, exactly. And cishet people have almost all characters as representation. Right, exactly. So, you know, it doesn't hurt you that people read a character as queer, you know. It's one of those things. Literally one of those things. Yeah, it's okay to have your read on a bit of media. Don't expect everybody else to have that same reading experience. Right. I'm literally writing a video at the minute about how Berserk is literally a queer love story. But there's going to be plenty of people who don't see that in Berserk. By the way, in Berserk, it's a lot more obvious than maybe in something like Batman. So you're fucking absolutely not a fan if that is your opinion. But still, you can read, even though it's very obvious that Guts is a bisexual king, you can read him as straight if you want. I don't care. Doesn't hurt me. You know. Anyway. Nah, Guts is the straightest man ever. Yeah. Right, it's all just made up. It's all just made up. That's literally it. It's all just made up. It's literally just made up. Thank you. It's all just fucking made up. Money's made up. Owning stuff is made up. Borders are made up. If you can't see it, if you can't touch it, it's not fucking real. You know? A queer polyamorous love story even. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. 100%. Also, if you identify with a character, that doesn't mean that someone is saying something about you with their interpretation. I think that's what a lot of people get upset about in it, is that they see themselves in it, and they're like, oh, I could never be gay. Well, you could, you know what I mean? You could. If you could. I'm sure you could if the right guy came along. Listen, that's just the bisexual in me. Whatever. Very, very bisexual of me to think that no one is 100% gay or 100% straight. But we'll move on. You know? It also, like, there's nothing wrong with someone reading you as gay. Like, you know? Do you really not like... do you really just, like, not like queer people that much that you're literally just like, you know, can't do it, could never do it, would be terrible if I was queer? There's no one canon. Batman can be gay and straight and trans all at the same time, depending on who the DC gets to author it, or even just how you read it. Even just how you read it. You know, it's not even necessarily about the author. The author can create a work and that's fine, and they can have their interpretation, but also, you know, it's pretty hecky gay to be that afraid of being gay. Why the defensiveness? Yeah, exactly, yeah. I heard a lot of guys stop playing Overwatch because their favorite character came out. Wait, wasn't that, was that Soldier 76 or something? Yeah, Soldier 76, like he's gay, right? He's a gay, but he's also a dad. Straight guys will walk up to lesbians and be like, I could change you, you just haven't met the right man. But imagine if a queer guy came up to them and said the same thing. Oh, yeah. Queer men get a punch in the mouth when that happens, yeah. You know. I'm just gonna purge that, Aaron, because that's like a bit too much personal information, even if it is just one letter. But hi, Aaron, how you doing? Welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. You're not banned or anything. I've just deleted that message. But yeah, my name is Muel. I actually don't even go by my real name in real life anyway, so technically doxing myself just by calling myself Muel. But yeah, good to see you. Good to see you.
Maybe it's your childhood. Maybe it's your understanding of manhood and masculinity. Maybe it's your sense of isolation.
Yeah, no, it's alright.
Regardless, when someone with a different perspective shares their own feelings, their own interpretation, they're not just describing Batman, are they?
Yeah, my name is literally Donald Muel. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Joe.
They're talking about a piece of you. I saw a comment a while back.
I have a strong idea of what's going on with the gender thing in Hollywood. Please elaborate. I beg you to elaborate.
From a guy who quite literally started with, I'm not homophobic, but... and then proceeded to state that any gay or bisexual inclinations from Batman would make him, quote...
I thought it was just dual Muel. Well, you know, I go by a couple of names, that's right.
Uncomfortable. And I can't tell you how many times I've encountered this very opinion from straight male comic book fans over the years. And you know what? Kudos to that guy. I think a lot of dudes fail to get even that far, where they take a moment to acknowledge their discomfort.
Hey JMM, how are you doing?
Do often end it there. I'm uncomfortable with it. Full stop. But it doesn't stop there, because you need to ask yourself...
Holy fucking shit, Aaron. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community, gang. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Appreciate that a lot. Oh my god, it's Butts. But he's got a new name. It's Battaday. How's it going, Bat? How's it going, Battaday? Do you want me to call you Battaday, or could I still call you Butts? I don't know. Go follow Battaday, everyone. They're a fucking absolute legend. Tried to be sneaky, but then the sub happened. You could have stayed sneaky, because sometimes it gives subs to people who aren't here. Wintry Mute, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime Gaming. I appreciate all the subs, gang, but the reason that I have the dono bar here is as follows. I do ask people who would like to support the stream, thank you, JMM, to consider subscribing off Twitch. Twitch is not a good or safe platform for marginalized people. If you've got the financial ability to support the stream, please consider subbing off Twitch using the donate command in the chat. Sorry, not the donate command, the sub off Twitch command in the chat. Also, it means that 100% of your money goes directly to yours truly. I don't want a hype train.
In the meantime, thanks, Ant.
Don't want it. Don't want a hype train.
Thanks.
Appreciate the thought, but I would much rather your money literally go directly into my PayPal. It means I get 100% of the money. And also, we're giving Twitch less money. They're a piece of shit platform. It's extremely unsafe. Oh my god, a raid. Right, now, listen. Okay, Spice 8 Rack. Okay, it's your first time. It's your first time raiding me. It's your first time in the stream. Appreciate that. Let's have a little look. Welcoming everybody. I just do this a little bit. If there's, you know. Let's have a Shut up, me. Shut the fuck up, me. Let's have a little look. Alleged card gamer. Okay, anything else? Spice 8 Rack here. UK Small Talk Champion 2008. Welcome to my Twitch. I'll be playing card games like Magic Arena, Think Brain games like Fallout, and games I actually like Civilization 5. A good egg. Great Magic the Gathering content. Soph was in his vid recently. Well, listen, gang. Any friend of Sophie is a friend of mine. Please go and show some love to Spice 8 Rack. Welcome, everybody. If you're just coming in, my name is djmuel. I am a leftist political streamer. We're currently looking at a phenomenal video by our good friend who's in the chat, Finntastic Mr Fox. Whoa!
EZ money.
Aaron, thank you so much for subscribing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate you, mate. It's great to see you again. As I was saying, my pronouns are he, him. We're currently watching this video about, is Batman bisexual? Why is this, like, repeating everything that I'm saying? Fuck off. It's because I've got Spice 8 Rack's fucking stream open in a tab. It's like hearing everything I'm saying even though I'm muted. Oh, fucking funny as fuck. Right. Gang. That's what's going on. That's what we're doing. I'm a streamer. Thank you for the raid. Everybody go follow Spice 8 Rack. Appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. I was in the middle of talking about that you should give me money. So yeah, welcome in. If you want to give me money, please do the sub off Twitch command in the chat. Donate to the PayPal. Right. Okay. There's this person in my fucking chat. Who is like, What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about here? I have a strong idea of what's going on with the gender thing in Hollywood. I asked you to elaborate, and you said, I really can't. It's really bad. And unfortunately, the lie is so big that nobody would believe. Nobody is ready for the truth. I also get everywhere haters for speaking out, so I keep silent. I wonder why you get haters. It wouldn't be anything to do with the fact that you're fucking insufferable. I strongly believe they're all flipped. It's the new turf talking point. You can talk to yourself in the ban bin. I'm having sex with your dad, plus L, plus you're a transphobe, plus no maidens. So there you go. All right. Some Alex Jones shit. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly.
Yourself, why? Why does Batman need to be straight for you to enjoy him? Why would it ruin the character for him to express attraction towards men? The obvious problem with this is that you don't have any greater claim to this character.
Hey, Nikki, what's going on?
Than the rest of us. We have all included our favorite characters in the stories of ourselves, but if your interpretation requires that everyone else concede to it for it to hold true...
Yeah, that makes sense, Lorcan, yeah. Thank you for letting me know, mate.
If you're bothered by the idea of a queer Batman, it likely boils down to one or more of a few options that I'll summarize here. The first is that you've tied...
What's funny about this is they're all flipped, is that they're this close to getting the fact that gender is made up. Exactly! Exactly! It's almost like it doesn't fucking matter! It's almost like it doesn't fucking matter! As a trans woman, thank you. Hey, it's the least I could do. Don't worry about it, honestly. I try and keep my stream as safe as possible for everyone except for fascists, innit? Muel, I wish you would have sex with my dad. You might be able to bone some sense into him. Listen, if I did have sex with your dad, you know, it would be so powerful that he would become a communist instantly. Literally, yeah.
Heterosexuality to the very concept of manhood, to the point that it...
All right. Since we're cleaning the chat, another fucker in here, ask questions. Soon as I was talking to this person, you fucking popped up. What's up? Hi, I'm insufferable as well. Normal way to come into the fucking chat. All right, plus you white, plus nobody asked, plus Rachel. As a cis man, also thank you. What's that mean, mate? What do you mean by that, bro? Yeah, I don't care that you're making fun of the dude. What are you on about as a cis man? Why are you saying that? Alright, if you don't answer me in 5 fucking seconds, you're getting banned. Dead easy, pal. Someone said as a trans woman, thank you. Right, so why do you need to say as a cis man, thank you? Why? Come on, you've got what you wanted. You've got what you wanted. We're all listening to you. We're all waiting for you. Why are you saying, as a cis man, thank you? Yeah, nah, don't like it. Fuck off. Terrible vibes. Rancid vibes. Alright, see you later, dickhead. Right, let's crack on.
It is a necessary component in the masculine power fantasy. Honestly, a dose of Midnighter would probably clear that entanglement right up, but barring that, it might be worth asking yourself...
The name. Ask questions. Ask questions. Just asking questions, bro. Just asking questions, innit? Do you think I'm fucking stupid? Do you think I started streaming yesterday? Do you think I wasn't on the internet when you were literally a fetus? When you were a glint in your dad's fucking eye? You fucking moron.
This. Is it a marker of secure masculinity to be threatened by the hypothetical gayness of an imaginary...
Hey, Drake Sim, what's going on?
Isn't that, you know, just a little silly? Unless, of course, the issue is more of an option 2, which is that you are threatened by the idea that some aspect of your identity isn't quite as straight as you thought. After all, unless you're a billion...
Yeah, this is it. Finn was talking about this before.
Of course, the issue is more of an option 2, which is that you are threatened by the idea that some aspect of your identity isn't quite as straight as you thought.
He's right.
After all, unless you're a billionaire vigilante orphan who kicks it with demigods and aliens, you've accepted a whole slew of differences between yourself and Bruce Wayne, but can still connect with him. So why would that detail be any different unless it hits a little too close to home for your comfort?
Spot on.
And finally, there's the possibility that you simply don't see queer people as human beings that you can share commonalities with. People who deserve your respect. People you could look up to and admire. People you could consider heroes. It's not enough to just say that you're not homophobic and then continue to harbor this discomfort with our very existence. Homophobia isn't just being an aggressor, and overcoming it often involves a lot of introspection and unpacking those feelings that you don't share, or the ones you hide behind insistence that it's about canonical accuracy. Since this conversation has centered our personal connections to Bruce Wayne, maybe this tendency to follow rather than process isn't the best pattern to emulate. I can't be the person to tell you exactly why you've chosen.
I just use ask questions because it's for a math tutoring stream. What you want about? What are you on about, young boggler? What are you talking about?
In that angle over his perseverance, problem solving, and desire to do good. But I don't think it takes the world's greatest detective to figure that one out. Rather, just a little bit of time and attention to your own feelings.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Kinky Beast. Thank you, thank you.
I guess, in that sense, by honing that ability, you have the opportunity to be better than Batman. This whole video is very much intended for
the guy asks questions as a tutor, so you're defending that guy? See you later, dickhead. In a bit. Anybody else want to defend anyone that I've banned? Anybody else? No? Anyone else fancy taking the piss? While we're all trying to have a good time? You know? No? Yeah? No? Yeah? In case it was Mr. in low tolerance mode, so they make sure your sarcasm is very obvious. Or, how about just don't come into a stream and the first thing that you do be sarcasm? Right? How about that? How about that? How about, like, you know, you don't have to, like, make a joke to come into a fucking stream and, like, be accepted. You could just say, hello, how's it going? Do you know what I mean? What we talking about, chat? What's going on? What we watching? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's cool. All that shit is like normal stuff to ask someone when you first meet with them. I understand that some people are neurodivergent and maybe cannot read the room. That's understandable. If that's the case, don't worry about it. Send me a fucking unban request. Let's talk about it. But the long and short of it is, if you don't know someone and you don't know the community, don't come in making stupid fucking jokes, because you're going to piss people off. And you're going to piss the streamer off, and the streamer can ban you. So that's that. That's that.
Hey chat, hey Muel.
Riskinverse, thank you so much for the 4-month sub. How are you doing, Riskinverse? What's going down? By the way, just spotted the ADHD tag, got diagnosed earlier last year for it. Yeah, it's good to get diagnosed, let me tell you. Explains a lot of stuff. Hey, Katie, what's going on? Listen, gang. Listen, gang. We are watching a phenomenal video from my friend, Finntastic Mr Fox.
Look for excuses.
It's called, Is Batman Bisexual? Please go and show some love to Finn. We're reacting to it right now. Right there. There's the link. Please give him a subscribe. Give him a like. Watch the video on mute in another tab. Phenomenal fucking creator. He deserves so many more views, so many more subs. He's nearly at 5,000 subs. He's nearly at 5,000 subs. If we could get Finn to 5,000 subs, obviously maybe not with this stream, but you know, in the long run, tell your friends, tell your mum, tell your dad, and then tell him I'm thinking about him. And you know, we support our friends, innit?
Around their discomfort and defensiveness when it comes to portrayals of homoeroticism in comics. Clearly members of the being gay is a sin and it's a lifestyle choice camps aren't the people that I'm talking to here. Typically the rhetoric that I see from straight fans when it comes to any kind of queer representation in comics is that it's pandering. This has been a problem in comic books before, and it's thankfully one that we are largely moving past now that we have to no longer worry about the comics code specifically pandering to heterosexuality. That is, it's not necessarily that publishers and creators are suddenly falling all over themselves to prioritize queerness so much as they're just no longer required to pander specifically to you. This feels like a...
Yeah, lots of people talking about Lego Batman Gold Stars for all, yeah.
But you know queer people exist.
Also, if it makes you feel any better about the subs, the dollar is pretty good against the pound right now. Better payouts. Okay, two things. I don't get payouts in dollars. And the sub to payout ratio actually changed 6 months ago for people in Europe. So no, it's not actually better. And the main reason that I want you to sub off Twitch is because, as I said, they make life hell on this platform for marginalized creators, trans people, black people, people of color in general, queer people like me, right? Rob, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. It's not about how much money I get, because if I wanted to, I could have a sub goal, and people could just hit that. I used to do that, and people used to hit it consistently every month. It's not about the money. It's more about the fact that we want to make a statement against Twitch. We're subbing off Twitch. We're doing our part as allies to try and make a statement and say, you need to fucking do better. I would love it if I got to be partner and I was still getting my chat to sub off Twitch. Isn't Twitch basically a safe space for marginalized and progressive? It's fact-based comrade, everybody. Everybody who's here from Kira's stream, it's fact-based comrade. Hello, dickhead. Wow, the mask came off you rapid, didn't it, mate? Who exactly are you a comrade of? Well, you're a comrade of no one because you can't chat in the chat anymore. I'm fucking your dad. Come all in his asshole. Creamed him all up in his bumhole. Rubbing it in his gooch. Holding his balls. Pulling him off like that. All with my cum. Your dad. See you later.
Right? Many of us are giving voices to these characters that you love.
A guy was in Kira's chat the other fucking day. Not the other day, literally today. Just being the worst. Literally being the worst. Like, honestly. Hey, Ludo, what's going on? Welcome in.
Animating them and bringing them to life are producing, directing, starring in the movies that are made about them.
Do you know what I should have said? Do you know what would have been a funnier joke? Fact-based comrade. Well, here's a fact. You're banned. Badum-tish. That would have been good. That would have been good. It only comes afterwards, you know? Yeah, Kira's had a few arseholes today. Yeah. Cackling like a mad woman at that last one. Well, at least some people are finding it good. That's what counts. That's what counts. You can't hit them all. You know what I mean? Can't hit them all, but you can hit a few. Fact, cringe, comrade. I don't know, is this anything? Hey, Yanshafim, what's going on? Wait, making the rounds, getting banned off all the left streams? Wait, have they been in other streams as well? You enjoyed the physical theater. Lots of people come here for the physical theater. Yeah, that's right, yeah. I'm getting stolen away, but thanks again, Muel, both for the watch and lending your voice. Thank you, chatters. Finn, thank you so much again for the video. Thank you for being here. You're a fucking legend. Yeah, please go and show some love to Finn, everybody. Again, here's the fucking link to the video. Get it liked, get it shared, all that nonsense. You know the score.
Representation is important, not for the image it projects, but for the people that it speaks to. There is something fundamentally flawed and honestly just kind of detached about assuming that creators and publishers only ever show queerness as a means of virtue signaling. Does this happen?
Okay, Drake, right.
Of course. Rainbow capitalism is definitely a thing, but it is neither fair nor correct to assume that that is always the motivation. And even if it was, this representation helps queer fans feel seen in the stories that we love. It also creates a climate for queer creators to inform these stories with a lot more honesty, not to mention just work in an environment that's not censoring and shaming them. I think far too many people focus on the image and signaling and forget about the very real human beings who are involved in all of this. And if you think a queer Batman would be a betrayal, then what are us queer people supposed to make of a straight Batman? What this thinking boils down to is that at least some part of you thinks that we don't belong here, that we're welcome to see ourselves in the privacy of our own interpretations, but that our place within the fandom relies on acknowledging cisgender male heterosexuality as sacrosanct. But it's not. In this context, it is just as made up as the Court of Owls, fear toxin, dangerously seductive plant hormones, or the very idea that vigilantism is a force for good. Why this one thing? Why is that what breaks the immersion for you? In a universe where supervillains threaten the state of the world on a daily basis, most of us are happy to don our suspenders of disbelief and just carry on with the narrative journey. So those of you out here getting defensive and asking, why do all of these characters have to be queer? That's not a question I'm going to answer, at least not until you can tell me why they have to be straight. Because I've
The Zoom was good, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure if you were to ask yourself honestly, you would have to conclude that you don't really have one. For queer people, seeing characters like us is a small comfort in a world that has been and continues to be dangerously hostile towards us just for being ourselves. Seeing our identities, our relationships, our journeys makes us feel like we also have a place here, as we always have. I can't tell you what it would have done for my younger self to just know that who I am and how I perceive myself and how I experience attraction are all perfectly normal ways to be. But at the end of the day, if you can't connect to queer characters, it just means that you can't connect to queer people. And honestly, you're missing out because we're a pretty good time. That's all I have to say on that. If you made it all the way to the end of this video, you are a champion. If
That's
you
right.
like what I
Chat, we're literally all champions.
do here, please feel free to go support me on Patreon or just like, comment.
Finn's got a Patreon, everybody. You could go and give him money. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about that?
Subscribe, share the video, it really helps me out. I'm hoping to do a little bit more of this sort of thing, that is unpacking the topics that I like to unpack through the fandoms and worlds and universes that I enjoy. So if you liked this, let me know. Tell me if you want to see more of this sort of thing, because I really enjoyed doing it. It was a nice break from the more heavy topics.
There's an option for chat mods to mark a user so all their posts come up with suspicious tag for other mods. Wish we could share that feature with other channels. I believe that's in the works with Twitch at the moment. Lorcan. I believe that is actually in the works at the minute. So if someone comes in and is banned from another chat, you can figure that out. You can like sync your channel's bans with like other channels' bans and stuff. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good thing that they're coming in with. But again, it's just not enough as per usual. Like they still won't do IP bans. They still won't do fucking hardware bans for people who repeatedly violate the terms of service. If you watch my video on white supremacists in your Twitch chat, you will know that there is a guy who was literally being racist, and it's screenshotted and in a Medium article, and the account is still active on Twitch. Not sure if you missed the earlier message, but as I say, missed the vibe check. Technically new to this channel, will not donate a gift next time. Thought you had a community that appreciates subs. No, Aaron, you're fine. Listen, if you want to subscribe, you can, and I do thank you for your 5 gifted subs. Honestly, it's really kind of you, and it's fine. It's just that I would prefer people to donate directly to me for those reasons in it. That's all it is. I don't want people to get it twisted. I don't want people to get it twisted, you know? Seriously, does that guy think he's the only person obsessively attacking queer people on Twitch? Right, yeah. Yeah, what a weirdo, that guy. Anyway, forget about him. He's nothing. He's literally nothing. Chat, this was a great video. Again, go show some love to Finn. Like it, share it, play it. Watch it again after the stream. Watch it with your dad. Watch it with another person's dad, like me. I'm just going to nip to the toilet real quick, and I'll be back in a tick. How about that? God, it's been such a weird day, chat. Oh. I've like felt drunk. It's so weird. I've literally felt drunk. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I started working out and it is a Ribena bottle. Yeah, I'm having a Ribena. I'm having a Ribena because it's my fucking thingy. It's my streamer Friday, so I'm having a little treat. But it's been such a weird vibe today. I think it's because I've had creatine for the first day in a long time. First time in a long time. I don't know. Drunk on power. That's right. Drunk on power. Being in control of my Twitch chat. That's right. It's Thursday. My streamer Friday. Yeah. What is Ribena? It is a blackcurrant juice. Muley needy drinky. My wife prefers the sugar-free Miwadi. Miwadi? What's Miwadi? You only just got the joke. It's not a good joke anyway. It's not a good joke. It's just the day of which would be considered my Friday if I worked at 9 to 5 Monday to Friday, you know? You know? It's not even mine. Like, multiple streamers. Like, Kara says, streamer Friday, all the time. Seasonal air pressure has made me feel dizzy. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Hey, Quarterdov, how's it going? Long time no see. How are you? Do you not have Miwadi in the UK? It's another brand of fruit drink concentrate. Let's have a little look. Miwadi. Miwadi. No added sugar. You can get it from Sainsbury's, yeah? Is it Irish? It's a truly iconic Irish brand. Right, there you go. Miwadi, no added sugar, double concentrate. I could get it from Asda. I could get it from Asda when I get me shop. When I get me Asda shop. That's what it looks like. Miwadi. I know it's oh, you can't see it. I know it's very, very crusty in that image, but that's what it looks like. Roughly. That's roughly what it looks like. Been feeling a bit wobbly today. Put it down to having a slight hangover. Ah, okay. And a therapy session? Yeah. Supposed to go to cinema with your nephew tomorrow. You started meds last week. Are you getting side effects? Well, I hope your sister is the kind of person that would understand that, Rob. You know, you could just tell her. Oh, no, why am I assuming it's your sister? Your sister or your brother? Your sibling? Malt wheat blackcurrant is nice. That sounds nice. Where in the UK are you from? The Asda was very reminiscent of my relatives in Liverpool. Yeah, close to Liverpool. I was born in a town called Warrington, which is close to Liverpool. Closer to Liverpool than what I am now. And, but now I live in Manchester. So I've got a combination of a Manc and a Scouse accent. How have the streams been? Yeah, very good, thank you. It's been really good. The streams have been popping off since I started my YouTube channel properly again. It's your sister, but your nephew is 20. That's cool, though. All right, let's check this out. What's Prince putting in the chat? Endangered Species Act restored by federal judge after Trump era weakening. Oh, that's good. That's good news. Yeah, that's pretty good fucking news. Why is it being like that? Why is it being like that? Okay, there you go. Ghost Runner on the Switch looks like that. That's funny as fuck. That's funny as fuck. Because it was because I kept going clubbing after I quit booze. There was a theme for blackcurrant to rehydrate after dancing. Yeah. Well, I used to drink Ribena as a kid, and I've been a stoner for most of my life. Not anymore, but I used to smoke a lot of fucking weed when I was like 14, 15, 16. The most when I was about 19 to 20. And I would like come home from school stoned because I'd smoke a spliff on the way home from school and just pour a massive pint of Ribena and put some ice in it and just chill and then watch How It's Made and not do my homework. A judge is on strike in the UK? I did not know that. That's pretty cool. Wait, no, is it? No, because judges... No, I'm not happy about that. What the fuck is this? Stop trying to get me to sign up to CNN. That sounds gas. It was pretty gas, not gonna lie. How It's Made is fucking amazing. I wasted a lot of my childhood watching How It's Made. It's just so good to watch when you're high as fuck. You know what I mean? Wait, why is this still showing up even though I'm on the video? What's happened? That was so weird. Forgot about How It's Made. That was my childhood. Yeah, what a fucking show, honestly. Some judges have joined with barristers striking for better pay. I don't know how I feel about that because, like, judges can detain people. That's like cops striking, innit? You know what I mean? After a day at school, I can see why you'd have a craving for weed, Ribena, and learning. Exactly, yeah. Molly Lewis has a great song about defending How It's Made from a friend who doesn't like it. Wait, is that Molly Noise? It's a mind trip realizing there's US and UK versions. Yeah, I heard the US narrator and I was instantly turned off. Judges striking would actually interrupt some processes. Yeah, but they still have the power to detain. Right? Oh, a different Molly? Okay.
Hello, me old chum.
Molly Lewis is a very different style of music. Well, I'm not sure I'd enjoy that. The Met literally tried to arrest a bunch of barristers and then thought better of it. Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, it's just a bad joke about how cops don't do anything. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. No, that's a good joke about how cops don't do anything. Yeah. I like both Mollys. Well, look at you. Look at you. Two Molly liker. Like, you know, well done, I guess. Pop off. Go off, King. Right. Okay, right. I'm going to start being mean to people. Stop being mean to people. Right. Wait, y'all call Oreos something weird. No, we don't. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? We call Oreos something different. Oreos are too sweet? Too sweet for you? I think they had to put, like, more sugar in Oreos in England. The Oreo episode used a different name. That was probably for, like, copyright or some shit. I don't know. We call Oreos custard creams. Custard creams! Fucking cumster and dumpster Oreos every single time. A cop strike would be so funny. Imagine they strike for weeks and nobody cares. And their society flourishes. Yeah, good point. Hydrox? They called it Hydrox. That's so odd. I wouldn't eat anything called Hydrox. Bourbons for you. Bourbons are on the same level of sweetness as Oreos, to be honest. Custard creams are a separate biscuit. They're like absolutely top tier biscuits. I agree. Yeah, sounds like a brand of bleach. That was the original brand from the 1900s. Why would you call biscuits Hydrox? What the fuck was going... They were literally doing so much cocaine in, like, medicine. Like, everyday medicine. Everybody was sick all the time in, like, 1920. And they were all just doing fucking cocaine. I don't get the love for Oreos. They're okay. Have you ever had them with milk? The creamy bit in an Oreo kind of looks like washing detergent. Yeah, but you could say that cum looks like washing detergent, and I still eat that. They were high enough not to care. True, true. Our chocolate bars have barf enzyme in them. They do. They do. They actually fucking do. Also, Oreos are one of the few good vegan biscuits in the UK. Yes, that's true. That's correct. Oreos are vegan. Very, very good. Good scrans. Wikipedia says in 1908, the creators thought a name that would convey purity and goodness. What? They derived their choice from the component elements that constitute the molecule of water, hydrogen, and oxygen. Jesus Christ. Biscoff is vegan? What? Oh, I know that because I've had a vegan Biscoff milkshake. For a cookie. That's a weird name for a cookie. It's just a shame that the company who make them are terrible, but when isn't that true these days in late stage capitalism? Right, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Love a bit of Biscoff. Biscoff is so good. That happened in 2017, I think. Cops at a couple big cities striked and there was less violence. Yeah, I remember reading about that, Prince, yeah. Wait, most Oreos are vegan. Wait, are they? Is there some that aren't? In some countries and that? The chocolate ones aren't vegan. Oh, plain ones are vegan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. Plain ones are vegan, yeah. Cheese and onion flavor of a particular Irish crisp, not Tato's, but made by the same company, are vegan. There's a really good type of crisp that me and my partner enjoy. My partner's vegan, so they're always going to make sure that it's vegan. And she gets these ones that are like hummus crisps. Have you ever seen them? They do them at Aldi. Hang on. Hummus chips Aldi. They can't call them crisps for some reason. Yeah, here we go. These are so fucking nice. These are so fucking good. These are literally like crack. Like, get these. Get the creamy dill flavor. You can also get the tomato. The tomato and basil flavor is absolutely insane. I've not had the chili and lemon one. These are so fucking good. Wait, I'm not showing you, am I? These motherfuckers right here. These motherfuckers. Get these. You could get the, honestly, these or the tomato and basil ones. Absolutely amazing. I can't vouch for the oh, they're 40% gluten. Oh, they're gluten-free? I don't know. My wife loves some of their crisps. Hell yeah, I love that. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop doing the Borat thing now. Her tomato and basil and now I desperately want to make soup. I bought a basil plant today. I hope the fucking spider mites don't get to it. My wife. Speculatus. Speculus is the real name. Is that right? Speculus? I think I've heard of that before, yeah. I think we've talked about that before. All right, Top Hat Peasy, thanks for being here. Right, listen, chat. We're about to get spooky. And no, it's not a ghost stream. It's not a ghost stream. But we are about to get spunky. We're gonna take a trip. A very scary trip. Into the back rooms. Are you ready for some liminal space? That's what I want to know. Who here is ready for some liminal space? It's been 3 hours. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's been 3 hours. Content warning for jump scares and flashing lights. And also probably motion sickness because the way the camera moves is a little bit weird. So just be mindful of that. You know, be kind to yourself. If these are things that are going to fuck with you, then, you know, don't do it. Do you love a liminal space, do you? Do you love it? It's yellow wallpaper time, that's right. There was a trash game that was a Backrooms game yesterday, but it was shit. That's the sort of shit I dream about, sadly. That is kind of sad. Lemons in space? That's right. That's right. Okay, it's time. We're going to watch some videos from a guy called Kane Pixel. This is a video called The Backrooms Found Footage. There are no closed captions for this video, but that's because I believe...
Camera. Rolling.
Oh, well, we've got the captions anyway. It's fine.
Alright, cut.
I'm scared to try weird crisp snacks after a bad broccoli-based experience. Broccoli's terrible when you, like, roast it. It's terrible.
Like, how much further? Like...
Really bad.
A little more. You got? Yeah. Yeah.
Kane Parsons, but I think his channel name is Kane Pixel.
Hello?
Now this is great.
Hello? Hey guys.
Roasted broccoli is not goated with the sauce. Quirked up white boy busting it down sexual style. What happened to that meme? That died pretty quick, that one, didn't it? Yep, my nightmares. I think most people who have nightmares have had a nightmare like this.
Someone there?
Like a nightmare where you can't, like, escape a place and it's, like, endless and shit like that. But I love the concept of the Backrooms. It's like all these bizarre architectural choices. Like, look at this. Like, there's a little space in between the walls there. Some of the spaces look like normal places, normal rooms. Some of them look like they're straight out of Minecraft. Like, this kind of looks like a Minecraft room. You've been in the guts of empty office buildings at night and it's like this. Same. This is why it scares the shit out of me, because it feels like this, right? My brain likes to connect places from my past, all the schools, the workplaces. Yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad, right? Yeah, this is good. It's yeah, highest quality video for sure. Cube vibes. Yeah, it's very reminiscent of the film Cube. Falling into the Backrooms is just getting isekai'd for internet-era horror fans. That's right. That time I got reincarnated into...
Can anybody hear me?
A person trapped in a dungeon.
Hello?
Damn it. Used to have recurring nightmares about getting sucked into an abandoned amusement park. Oh my god. Yeah, I love SCP Foundation, Vord, yeah. Cube is such a good movie and oddly full of actors from other science fiction series. I only know the one fucking white guy who's like... he's the one white guy. He's the one white guy who's not the neurodivergent guy. Who, like, helps him solve the big prime number things. The other guy. The misanthropic salaryman guy. Yeah, he's in Stargate, right? Yeah. Is this a game in VR or just a strange animation? So I've watched this a few times, and it is, from what I can tell, a very well done it's like a video game, not in SCP, not in VR. It's just like a video game in like the Unreal Engine. And the filter, the VHS filter with it just really makes it look very, very scary. Like the scan lines, the VHS glitching, the tape tearing or whatever it's called. You know? Hey, Teratofu, how's it going? Like, it's really, like, the way that the camera moves is so good. Yeah, the Ratman game from yesterday, the scanlines made it look really good. It's just a shame the gameplay sucked, right? The creepiest part here is the implications it has based on what happens in other videos. Well, we're going to be watching those other videos. That's right. Yeah, I agree, Lithic Lyra. Yeah, the camera movement is so well done. It's absolutely mental how good it looks. Right. Green Noodle Goblin's gonna get him, yep. Like, it looks so good. It looks so good. Like, there's bits of it where it's like, that could be real. I watched this. If you want to know my introduction to the Backrooms chat, let me take you into the big face screen, right? We're gonna get rid of the monitor, and I'm just gonna be here. I'm not gonna put any music on. I'm gonna set the tone. It's gonna be spooky, right? So I'm sat there. This is when I'm just getting out of COVID, and I'm finding it hard to sleep still, and I'm just like set up in the lounge with the duvet and the pillows, you know, not fucking shaven. Even these bits of my beard, I've not fucking shaved. I've not shaved my fucking head in weeks. I'm looking like a mess, right? I'm looking like a mess, a real crusty guy, right? And I'm just sat there, and I'm like, I can't be bothered putting any food on. I can't even be bothered to make beans on toast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order Mackey's, right? And it took fucking ages to come. And it ended up being about 2 a.m. when it came in. I was in ultimate goblin mode. Yeah, I was in ultimate goblin mode, right? And it was very quiet. And my flat, when it's quiet, is very atmospheric because we don't really have like a lot of party people. I used to have a neighbor that was like a big party guy, and I knew him from my DJing drum and bass days, but he moved out a long time ago now, and so it's very quiet, and you know, when it's in the middle of the week as well, it's a bit eerie because normally town, the city centre, is loud. Like, there's people getting about drunk, having fights, having arguments, breaking bottles and shit. Do you know what I mean? You know, like your standard, like sirens and stuff, your standard city stuff, right? And I just noticed this one video, and I'd heard people talk about liminal spaces on Twitter and the Backrooms and stuff. And it popped up on my recommended. You know, I've got YouTube on my telly, right? So it popped up in my recommended, and I just went on it. And it wasn't this video. It's another one that I'm going to show you in a minute. But when I tell you, I love horror movies, and I've seen so many of them, right? So fucking many of them, right? That hardly any of them scare me anymore. The last horror movie that really scared me was The Exorcist 3. And it wasn't even because it's like a supernatural thing. It was because it was like just a really well-made horror movie, right? And I watched this one video of the Backrooms, and I had that feeling all over again. I was like, this is fucking terrifying. I fucking hated it. It sucked. But I loved it. I fucking loved it. Yeah, that shit happens a lot, right? This is making me think about when I was walking through a park listening to Einstürzend near Boughton, really loud on headphones, and at one point I was so disconnected from my surroundings and so in the music that I became increasingly convinced a metal monster from Tetsuo the Iron Man was following me a few steps behind. Yeah, it's so easy to do that. It's so easy to like trip yourself into trick yourself into like a weird place. Slimy Girly says, I wasn't being sarcastic, but I can see how you might think I was. My bad. I'll request an unban. I am neurodivergent. Don't bother. I don't think you're fit for this stream because you've ban evaded. I've fucking banned you because you have terrible fucking rancid vibes. And now you've created another fucking account, or you just like have another account that you've had since March 2 years ago, which is weird in and of itself. I don't think that my community is safe with you in it. And also, it's against terms of service to ban evade. So, enjoy the fucking report. Ew. Hey, Andy. Hey, Astral. It really is one of those days. All kinds of fucking idiots today. All kinds. Every single shape and size and brand and flavor. Like fucking hell. Huge red flag. Huge red flag. What is this place? Coming into... Like, how does that work? Like, how do you, like... I'm going to use an alt account to come into someone's chat who's banned me to tell them that don't worry, I will file an unban request. Like, I'm really sorry if you are like that, you know, neurodivergent, or you've got like, I don't know, learning difficulties or something like that that makes you not understand how that works. But that's a huge red flag. I can't engage in my community like that. I'm sorry. Can't do it. Can't do it. Huge red flag. You just do the unban request. Hey, K-Cat, what's going on? See, now this bit here, I think the guy got a bit too ambitious with this bit because it's like, you can really tell that this... I mean, this, if you showed someone this still image, they might be like, oh, that's real life, right? Yeah, the dumpster, innit? It's the dumpster. The dumpster is like, that's a video game. Oh, it's your little home? Oh, for me, that's how I knew it was a video game. I was like, oh, okay. Feels like a mimic. It is still scary, don't get me wrong, yeah. The image of a hotel with windows towards a closed space is really oppressive to me. Do you want to know something fucked up? Do you want to know something fucked up? That's a real place. That's an actual place. In London, there's like a hotel near Heathrow Airport. It is terrible. I know. Listen, we're all in this together. This is the dumpster from the QAnon game yesterday, yeah. Serious. What the fuck is this? London Hotel Liminal Space. Yeah, I've searched for this before. We looked at it on the stream. It's a Holiday Inn Express. Yeah. How do I find it? There's like a picture. Yeah, there's like multiple pictures. It's based on a real place. Like there's a subreddit called Liminal Space. And that's where the Backrooms thing came from. There's like lots of different shots of this place. It's so weird. It's such a weird, like, pseudo-simulated environment. There are some nice Holiday Inn Expresses. I stayed in a good one when we went to see Nine Inch Nails in Cornwall. So there's like that, and then you can tell it's real because here's a picture of it with Christmas trees in. It's got Christmas trees in it at Christmas, obviously. Yeah, it's so odd. Even the yellow wallpaper Backrooms is based on a real picture that someone took. I think this is the picture. Like, that's like a legit picture of somewhere. Yeah, there's a ceiling. There is a ceiling. Yeah, there is a ceiling. It's nuts. It's nuts. Fill it with plants at least. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's so odd. So odd. I feel like this short movie will make me scream louder than Yvette Fielding in an abandoned castle cellar. We should do a watch party of Most Haunted. It is very funny. It is very funny. Hot take, the yellow backroom is not a liminal space. That's not a hot take. That's true. That's correct. Because a liminal space is a place where you go before you go somewhere. So a hotel is a liminal space because it's like you stay there temporarily. Like hospitals as well. Like, even if you die, you're there temporarily, aren't you? You know? No one, like, stays in a hospital forever. Unless you're cursed. Have you seen the Solar Sands video on liminal spaces? That's how you got into it all. I have not, Xanth117. No, this isn't a still from the game. This is like a legit picture that someone took. It's clearly... What this is, right, is clearly... There are offices like this in Manchester. And it's clearly... Like, what they tried to do in the 70s was they tried to make, like, offices kind of... homey. So they would put like disgusting wallpaper up and try and make like rooms and stuff like that, but then combine it with the like horrible like office lighting, you know, like the stucco tile panels on the roof and shit like that. Those square ceilings that are foam sheets, I just want to pop them open and climb in there. Okay, life advice. This is a Free Muel's mistake, by the way. Free Muel's mistake, right? If you're going to do that, I don't recommend it, by the way, because it's not safe to climb under there, right? To climb on top of the ceiling, those foam, that they're very, very fucking weak, right? Very fucking weak, right? If you're going to pop your head up there, you can just lift them up. Like, that's how they work. You can just lift them up. It's very, very cheap ceiling cladding, basically. But if you do that, either close your eyes first or move your head away, because I guarantee it, a fucking shit ton of shite and like asbestos and plaster and fucking rat shit will just like fall in your eye. It's fucking horrible. I thought I was gonna go blind. So yeah, if you're gonna do that, watch your face. They're called top drop tiles? Oh my god. Good advice. That's right. I'm full of good advice and bad mistakes. And the advice is because I've made the mistake. Now this bit is super fucked up. This is where it's really like Cube. It's really like Cube.
This isn't real. This isn't real.
Now this is the bit where I was really like, yeah, this is actually a video game, because look at these fucking filing cabinets. It's not that they're out of place or anything. It's that they're just like bad models, right? With bad lighting things. And the door in a minute is like, nah. So that kind of ruined the immersion for me, and it's really sad because there's like a lot of good... Yeah, it looks like Gmod now. Exactly. All right, Batterday. I'll see you later. I'm just going to call you Cat, if that's all right. I don't know. We're going to call you Cat. I don't know. Is that okay? Batterday, Butts. See you later. Thank you so much for hanging out, Butts. It's good to see you. It looks like that call center in Manchester. Yeah, literally. Literally. Every mule's mistake is a nugget of wisdom, it is. Back in the back rooms. Cat works perfectly. Okay, love you, Mule. Love you too, Cat. See you later. Bye. Like, this is where it really, really works. It really, really works here. Because it's like... I don't know. It just looks so real. It's like the carpet has got random stains on it and everything. You waiting for the thing to come back? Well, it just did. It's a Duke 3 level. The yellow is criminal. Yeah, the sound work is good too. Yeah. Yikers. Oh, that's just me before my coffee. That's right. Half a laptop says, as a res kid, I would rather whistle in the woods at night than here. At least there are noises in the woods. Yeah, definitely. What does res kid mean? Is that like reservation? Definitely part of how disconcerting this is how these places have seemingly no discernible purpose. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Don't be peepo shy. It's just a guy looking for a friend. That's right. Seems legit. Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, I just wanted to check because I was like, I think I know what that means, but it's always better to ask, innit? Strong spiral vibes. What's spiral? My family is native. We do not whistle at night. Oh, okay. Is that like a whole thing? Oh shit. Okay, that's fucking interesting. I'd love to know why. Anishinaabe. Cool, good to know. Yeah, Spiral. Did you mean Spiral is in Uzumaki? Yeah. All right, Cynthia Needy Sleepy 1990. See you later, Cynthia. Thank you so much for being here, love. See you later. Wait, Wendigos? Now, just be mindful, chat. Not every indigenous culture is like exactly the same. You know, indigenous people are not a monolith and stuff like that. So it might not be. What you've heard from one indigenous person might not be the same from another. This is another video. And this one is called Pitfalls. I don't really know. What this one is. I've not seen it. But let's check it out together. It'll be weird and spooky. That's what I'm here for. May 6, 1990. It's the camera movement that does it, and there's some things that look very real. Like these suits look extremely real. Like, the door doesn't look particularly real, but the suits do, innit?
Nobody's coming.
Oh, I think this is legit footage. Oh, this is actual footage.
Yeah, it's difficult.
This is actual actors. I thought that bit was a video game. Okay, this is really fucking clever. However this is made is really fucking clever. Thank you for the follow. How this is made is really fucking clever, right? Because I legit thought that was not a real door. How is that a real door? It doesn't look real. Magnus Archives reference. British Audio Horror Podcast. Oh, okay. Dark indoor window. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, it's fucked. It's extremely fucked. Extremely fucked vibes. There's some layering and green screening. Yeah, possibly. The actors are always real. The environment is Unreal 4. No! No fucking way. No fucking way. Oh, that is so clever. You'd like Magnus Archives, I think, Muel. Chat, she did it. Chat, she did it. She did it. I tell people not to do it, but they never listen. I'm never going to watch that now. Never. I'm literally never going to watch it now. No, it's fine. It's just, I don't want people to get upset because it's like... Let me explain it again. Let me explain it again, right? So, I've got ADHD, right? And in ADHD, one of the most, like, crushing things to me is a task, right? It's bad enough that I give myself tasks to do, you know, like chores or shit like that or whatever, you know what I mean? Those things are hard enough, but when someone gives me like a task, even if it's like, I think you'd like it, right? It becomes a task, and I will just be like, nope, never touching it, not doing it. And people think that I'm a hipster because of it, and it's not to do with that. It's nothing to do with that. It happens with every major franchise. Like, actually, funnily enough, it didn't happen with Game of Thrones. I didn't watch Game of Thrones because one of my exes ruined it for me. It's a podcast, so obviously you aren't going to watch it. All right, whatever. Yeah, fucking smart ass. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's nothing worse than being asked when are you going to watch Thing all the time. You get me, I just wasn't really thinking about it. No, it's fine. Listen, you know, I'm not offended or anything like that, but like, you know, I'll just never watch it now. Don't matter, you know? Nah, don't worry about it. Joe, don't worry about it. Emmy, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Nobody's coming. Yeah, I think it was legal like that. You know, it's gonna call out from a bridge or...
Not the end of the world if I don't watch Magnus Archives, innit? Don't listen to it. Whatever.
Yeah, it's difficult to people down here.
There's also a thing called pathological demand avoidance where it's similar. That sounds like me fucking to a T. Because I cannot stand being told what to do as well. Actually, you'd be surprised it might be. It might be what? What you on about?
Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mark.
How are the actors always real? How are the actors always real? It's an autism thing. Well, I've never been told that before. So, yeah, I guess I could have, like, elements of autism and ADHD as well. It might be the end of the world that they mean. Oh. I was literally born an anarchist. Yep, that's it. How would we have to go about recommending media to you? Never, ever, ever, ever doing it at all. I know it's called a composite shot. I know. I know what it is, but it's just really good. I'm just really blown away. It's just really good for like an indie production as well, you know? Autism and spectrum disorder, we all fall into it in some regard. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, comorbid symptoms. I heard about that. Yeah, heard about that.
Mic check. You're all good. This is Marv, 123. Marv, mic.
Now Muel will never experience the John and Martin relationship. Honestly, the more that people talk about how bad it is that I won't see the show, the less I want to watch it. Like, I'll end up despising it. That happened with something, and like I ended up hating it, and I've never even seen it, and I can't remember what it was. It was like What was it now? I ended up hating this show, and I've never even seen it before in my life. Just committing to me despising it at this point. Chat is like, can we make Muel want to destroy this thing that we love? Apologies for the deception. You're fine. Don't worry about it. No need to apologize.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Great. This is George. Mike.
Happened recently. Lose, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 20 months of Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. If a game blows up, I usually take 5 years to get to the party. Yeah, this is looking good. This is looking good, isn't it? My goal is for Muel to forget what I recommended to him and he just watches it on its own. Yeah, I've forgotten about it, to be honest. So maybe. Maybe. This is so good. This is so good. It looks so real. Hey, Big Dill, what's going on? Yeah, we're in an SCP room.
They're not getting to that until after the presentation.
When does that go to?
Go follow Big Dill, everyone.
Sorry, can you repeat?
What day will the tour be over?
Should I have not tagged you in the link to anything that moves? No, Lorcan. If I ask you to get me summit, of course, I'm going to want to do that. You know what I mean? Listen, it's only for stuff like that. That people recommend to me. When people recommend me stuff, I'm just like, brain turn off, don't care, throw away the key, see you later, you know?
From the 7th to the 10th. Next report out? Yeah, should be good. Alright, end of the day tomorrow, I think?
Yeah, I'm good, cheers, Dill. How are you?
Got the cable.
Don't know how to describe this other than crunchy. Yeah, it's very crunchy, yeah, very crunchy looking, very crunchy looking footage. I'm getting the sense that the camera movement is real and tracked into the 3D space or something. Yeah, it must be, innit? It must be, yeah. Does this apply to content creators? It applies to anything. It applies to literally anything. But if you're lucky, I will forget about it. Streamlabs seems to not be loading. What, like the sub off Twitch link or something, or what? I got a follow 3 minutes ago. I might get the same thing to an extent now I think about it, Muel. Yeah, for sure. I'd be absolutely floored if we see a single plant or organic environmental asset. I think Unreal Engine 4 engine has problems rendering organic foliage. Lends perfectly to this vibe. Ah, okay. How do you find things to watch or read or whatever? I hear about them in passing, and I go, that sounds good. The icon thing. Oh, what? Are you clicking underneath the stream? Just do the command. There you go. Like, it just never works if someone tells me you need to do this. It's just the icon in the center of the screen forever. Let's have a look. What's going on? Let's see if I can see this. Oh no, it works for me. Oh, for multiple streamers? Can someone try it? You don't have to donate, but could someone try it and click on the sub off Twitch link? Is the best way to get some media to just drop it inconspicuously in front of you and pretending I didn't notice. What sometimes happens is that people will be talking about a thing in my Discord and not mention me at all in the discussion, and I'll want to, like, watch it. So you can think about that if you like. Talk loudly enough about something near me. If you do it on purpose, here's the sad thing about this chat, though, is that if you do it on purpose, I'll be able to tell. I'll just be able to tell. So, there you go. It works for you? Yeah, maybe you want to try clearing your cookies and your cache and stuff, bud. I don't know.
Okay, good enough. Be on caution.
KGB says, hey chat, I fancy K150. I think they're really cute. Do you know K150? Okay, good.
Oh, wow. This is new.
What the fuck? This is so fucked. Oh, you've been living with him for 12 years? Alright, that's cool. No worries. As long as you know him, that's fine. So today I was interviewed about men's actions to make a festival LARP a better and more welcoming space, and the actions I've taken to make that a thing, and I referenced your discussion about ghettoizing some men out of the discussion, etc., following on from the video essay the other night, so thanks. Yeah, no worries. No worries. You just have to be really careful about how you word it, do you know what I mean? Because if you word it like exactly like that, then you are going to make people go, huh, that kind of sounds like you're a men's rights activist. Do you know what I mean? So, I guess, like, the best way to word it would be, you know, it's important that we involve cis-het men who are not problematic and understand their role in the patriarchy in the discussion, in some discussions. Do you know what I mean? That's the way that you need to word it, because otherwise you will be inviting men's rights activists, you will be inviting MGTOWs, incels and stuff like that into conversations. So it's a really tough, I didn't want to talk about it anymore, to be honest, because it is just like too much of an annoying subject, and people in the chat are probably already like furiously typing a thing being like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, just forget it. I'm not talking about it. I'm not even talking about it anymore. Just like the fucking reaction that I had to that on Tuesday night was insane, and it really fucked with me. It really fucking fucked with me. Hey, Ashley, what's going on? Yeah, the anti-aliasing is too high. Yeah, in this shot, it's too video gamey. Yeah, too video gamey.
Visibility falls off pretty quick. Might be at an angle.
And we've got a door.
Don't recognize the design.
You need to cover all the way over there. Assembling a walkway would be redundant. For all we know, it's just another dead end. Alright, I'll take a look. Go notify Cloud.
Okay, Rat, no worries. Oh no, are you fucking mad? What the fuck? I would rather shit in my hands and clap.
Oh my god. What do you see?
Everything okay?
Marvin, get the camera over here.
Across?
Fine, just hurry.
Okay.
It did look like he was moonwalking a little bit, innit?
Okay. Just,
that guy's gonna die, yeah.
A moment, alright. Okay.
He's a goner. Guy with the camera's gonna fall down, guarantee it. Something's gonna pop out of the hole and scare him.
Walking on normal ground. There's even there.
I knew it, I knew it. With patter like that, you'd fit in Scotland. Yeah. Listen, the north of England has got a lot in common with Scotland, you know. We also do not get a good amount of fucking investment from Westminster. Westminster also ignores us at every fucking turn. We want our own fucking parliament like you's got. Trust me, honestly, they fucking don't give a shit about us as much as they don't give a shit about you, let me tell you.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Are you injured?
I think I pulled something in my shoulder. I'm a bit dizzy, but no, I'm fine.
Yeah, we do need a parliament, innit? Yeah.
Where are you? Can you describe your surroundings?
It's different. Like a room up there, but the architecture's the same, but the wallpaper is different. It's a bit green.
You know the best way to ensure you get a parliament separate from Westminster?
Hold on,
I don't, but don't make any fucking jokes in the chat that are gonna get you banned.
Nope. I'm not reaching the tunnel I fell from. The opening comes out.
Because I have a feeling I know what you're gonna say. Hey DJ, what's going on?
Okay, just stand by and stay put for a moment.
Got it.
Is the camera intact?
Seems to be fine. I'm recording, but who knows what the output will be like.
Mark, make your way back over to this side. Carefully. Do we have another camera? I need to get this. It has to wait. This takes precedence.
Just throw down the guideline with the weight attached.
Prince says part of the appeal of stuff like this is the suggestion that something built this, something different enough that doesn't quite understand. Right, it's like an alien looked at a picture, like that picture that we've looked at, this one here, right, and gone, that's what buildings look like on Earth, and then has just gone and built fucking loads of it. Innit? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Same vibes from AI generated stuff. Yeah. When I was young and naive, I didn't understand Scottish independence until one day I thought, what if Liverpool got independence? That'd be pretty fucking based. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. London is currently the political, cultural, and financial capital of England. One of those needs to be moved to Manchester and Newcastle, or a lot of these problems will persist. Not even just like the money-making thing of it. It doesn't even need to be that. The North just needs to get the investment that it needs. Like, that's all it is. It just needs to have the same amount of love that the South of England gets, right? The home counties and the fucking the centre of London, you know? It's just fucked, innit? DAL-E generation, yeah.
I can use it to climb up.
Just tried that. There won't be enough length to reach you. George, go right back to standard and bring it tether. Hang in there, Marv.
So much could be fixed if people just acted with basic fucking compassion. Oh, you're gonna enjoy it here, Kinky Beast. You're gonna enjoy it here. That's my whole fucking ethos. That's my whole fucking ethos. Ethos, is that right? Motto? Modus operandi? I don't know. That's my whole shtick.
What was that?
What was what?
I don't know.
I didn't hear anything up here.
Sounded like...
Hell yeah, glad to hear it, Kinky.
What?
You're yelling. Like, a person is yelling.
Wait, a person?
Yeah.
There's a dystopian comic about an AI-operated system that went out of control and started to endlessly build layers upon layers of city landscapes. What the fuck? What is that? Blame? Is it called Blame? Don't get curious. That's how you die.
Makes
Yeah.
no sense. Are you sure you're not just hearing us?
That was him from the future dying.
No, it's definitely not from you.
Possibly. You scare easily, but I love this stuff. Hell yeah. All right, rat freak. See you later. Or rat freak. Rat freak. Rat freak.
What? Are those streetlights?
Streetlights.
The left hallway, and it's right there, under the gap in the wall.
You need to stay at the hole. George will be back any minute, then we can assess the situation.
Okay, right. Right, it's happened, chat. It's happened. You did it. Well done. I don't know if you were planning it. I don't think you were, because otherwise I would have picked up on it. But I'm interested in this now. That was just enough. That was just enough for me to go, that sounds fucking sick. And I Googled it, and now I'm definitely going to fucking watch it or read it or whatever. So there you go. Hey, Pablo, what's going on? This is spooky, yeah. Jacob Geller did a video on that. She had a house and never stopped adding rooms and hallways and unconnected stairways to nowhere. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. There's an anime on it the anime of it on Netflix that's decent enough. I'll fucking watch that, yeah.
But what if...
It's apparently it's like an anime about an AI that just makes cities upon cities upon cities and just keeps replicating and stuff. Looks pretty cool.
...is right about the null zones.
Even if that's the case, I agree with Mark. It's not worth the risk.
Oh my god.
Marvin? Marvin, do you copy?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Marv, what are you doing?
I'm trying to find them. I know how to get back. It's fine.
Keep us posted.
Hell yeah, I love finding a surprise pocket cheese. Half a laptop. Found the Jacob Geller video on it. May I link? Yeah, of course you can.
It's like a neighborhood.
Hello?
Sounds like someone having an argument. If my voice echoed outside like that, I would just leave.
Can you hear me?
Same, to be honest.
I'm...
Wait, we saw the camera shadow. It was a bean? Was it a bean? Wait, was it a bean? No way was it a bean. Oh, it's not a bean. It's not a bean. Oh, I got so excited that it was a bean then. That would have been just like Trash Pingus. This is the Twin Peaks control crossover we never knew we needed. Everything is just ever so off. Yes. Nothing quite feels right. Like, okay, one of the... Right, big disconcerting thing for me is these windows, right? It doesn't look like... I don't think you should be able to see that far into a house. It doesn't feel right. You know? But those windows feel weird. The inside of the place feels weird. And like the fence is a bit too perfect.
Can you hear me? I'm...
Anything?
I'm entering one of the houses.
Why would you go in that gaff? Why would you go in that gaff? Why would you go in there, you absolute nutter? Come on, mate.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This is... odd.
There are inverted...
Go in for science.
Coming out of the carpet.
They're inverted? What do you
How much does that uncanniness enhance the video? Yeah. It does enhance it for sure. That would be fucked, by the way. This whole, the context, the story that's going on here, that there's like another person in here, and you can hear them losing their mind because they're in this space. That's terrifying. That's also terrifying. Like that you can't find that person too. Like that's fucked.
I think I'm losing you. Just stand by.
Uh-oh. 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 Oh, this room looks so good. How is that in Unreal Engine? That looks so fucking good.
This is Marv?
Okay.
Oh my god. The absolute state of that shit.
I think someone's been living down here.
Living down there? That's not possible.
Hey.
Oh, it's not going to be a person, is it? It's going to be like an SCP or something.
I think I found him.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Marvin?
That's not a person.
What is it?
That is not a fucking person!
What? Marvin, talk to me. What do you see?
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, he fell over! George, come in. George, it's immediate. Wait, you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong fucking way. Oh, I fucking hate the noises it makes. I hate it. Wait, is this the right way? Does it say skip?
Kim, I need that suitcase. Here, hold it like this.
Right, listen. The CC is coming up with some weird shit. So I'm just going to move it off the screen because the last time it happened, it said a slur. Like, that's not even a word. That's not even a word. It just said aptzing. That's not a word. Is this Siren Man? Oh, like Siren Head? People really found Siren Head scary, didn't they? But I really didn't. I really, really didn't.
I'm here, send it down!
Gonna take a moment. Grab it like, yeah, hold it. Okay.
Yeah, homie finds another level of the back rooms and decides to go home, yeah. Oh, you fucked, bro.
Stand clear, we're sending it down.
Hybrid metal bacteria thing. Ooh. Was Siren Head just that one short video, or was there more? I don't know, actually. I never really got into it. It wasn't that scary to me, you know? Is that it? Is that it? We don't get to see the real conclusion? I guess he escapes. I guess the guy escapes. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. This is another part of the video. This is another part of the backroom stuff. This is, the Backrooms presentations. This is like an educational thing. An educational video on the Backrooms and what it is. So there you go. I've seen a bit of this, so I'm just going to go for a quick wee.
the world around us is ever changing. Throughout this past century, we have seen the advent of countless innovations that have completely reshaped life as we know it. But with all of this growth comes a number of undesirable byproducts. Byproducts that, if left unchecked, have the potential to irreversibly scar our modern world. As human expansion is projected to increase exponentially in the coming decades, we must account for these never-before-faced challenges in ways equally never-before considered. Here at Async, we believe we have found...
It's fucking loud, that. I heard it from the fucking bog. I see a lot of Berserk videos in the recommends. Yeah, it's almost like I really like it. This makes me want to make stuff, but I would scare myself too much. If you're scaring yourself with the stuff that you make, you're doing something right. That's what I reckon, you know. My favorite in the series is the missing person video. Oh my god, I've not seen that.
The Low Proximity Magnetic Distortion System.
Yeah, the voice distortion is on point as well, yeah.
What is the Low Proximity Magnetic Distortion System? Using 32 will be distributed across all points.
All right.
For cargo and personnel to seamlessly pass through their designated threshold.
Real talk, if we actually discovered the Backrooms, capitalism would use it as a landfill. Oh, that's fucking true. That's actually true. All right, Quarterdove, it's lovely to see you, mate. I hope you're all right. I hope things are good. It's good to see you. See you soon. Take it easy.
While our current threshold is limited in scale, future models will be able to span entire rooms, allowing for the transfer of larger vessels and equipment.
They try and weaponize the monsters? Yes, they would. Just like in Alien. I can't believe that we discovered the boy this stream. The boy from the Millennium Dome. Genuinely can't believe it. Ah, you see, look, it's already here. It's already here. Planet X says communists and socialists aren't famous for inventing anything of value. Okay then, big brain fucker, define value. Am I still in politics or something? Is that what's going on? Is that why I'm getting all these fucking nerds? Yeah. Yeah, I was in politics. That's my bad. That's my bad. Maybe the back rooms are inside the boy. Yeah, they could be. See, that is like the only retort that you can have, right? That's the only retort that you can have to someone who says something as inane as like something of value is important, right? Like define value, like define it. You actually can't. Like it's literally impossible to define value, right? The equipment we're using right now is invented by capitalists. Well, the equipment that I used to fuck your dad, such as a large 12-inch dildo, is also invented by capitalists. Plus, you fell off. Plus, you can't chat in the Twitch chat anymore. Plus, You're a fucking idiot. See you later. Yeah, also wrong. It was invented by workers. Right. Exactly. Exactly. It was invented by scientists who are workers. Right. Exactly. What is value? A miserable pile of secrets. Right. Oh, funny. Yeah, I produce all my surplus value in your dad's ass. So this is basically a look at how like capitalism would try and use the like whoever said that earlier is spot on, because this is how how capitalists are like seeing the Backrooms. They're like, yes, we need to capitalize on this infinite space, right? They want to talk about that shit. They think it's a gotcha, and I'm like, my dude, you made no point. Right, that's why you disengage with those people. That's why you disengage with them. The only reason I said define value is because it's like, well, that is a great actual comeback to something like that. It's like, communists and socialists haven't created anything of value. It's like, well, what do you think value is, sir? Right? And if they're going to engage in the argument, which that guy did not, and I knew he wouldn't, by the way, because people like that never engage in a good faith argument. But even if they did engage in a good faith argument, whatever they come back with is simply their own subjective opinion about what value is. Because we apply value to many, many things. Like, one man's junk is another man's treasure. It's a true statement for anything. You know what I mean? It is a bit of a coincidence that I know all these creeps' parents. That's right, it is. But what can I say? I'm a well-connected guy. At the end of the Twin Peaks Control crossover, yeah, he got out. The guy got out. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Colonialism and hubris knows no bounds. Right, exactly. Their dad values Muel's sexual prowess. That's right. That's correct. Actually, it's more of a bratty sub situation that we have going on, and his dad is extremely annoyed about how much he loves me to fuck him. Like, he hates it, but he needs me, you know? That's the situation that's going on. Muel's vigilante name is the Daddy Diddler. Okay, I hate that. Hate that. Like, this is what debate bros have caused, by the way. This is what debate bros have caused. Like, they have enabled fucking right-wingers, conservatives, you know, every kind of color of fucking fascist in the world, right? They've enabled them to come into people's chats and demand to be heard, right? Demand to be heard. People did that before debate bros, but they've amplified it. They've amplified this culture of, you must debate me now. You absolutely must debate me. It is just really, and it's not even like upsetting. It is funny because like the only way to deal with that is to shut people down immediately and just ban them from your Twitch chat. Just ban them or block them. But it's just like, it's the most inane thing. It's so fucking, it's not even... Like, you know, I'm not triggered. I'm not fucking mad. I'm not, like, upset. Like, it's just so boring. It's extremely boring. You know? They also use the most Elon Musk phrasing possible. You're not famous for inventing things of value, but not being famous isn't the same thing as not having done it. It just means you're not getting credit for it. Right. Sure. Yeah. Right, exactly. We're not trying to convince debate lords. We're trying to make a nice space for folks that already agree with me. Well, this is the thing. It's not even people that already agree with me, because I guarantee with the amount of people who are in this community, not everybody is going to see eye to eye on everything. We're going to see eye to eye on the main important things, of course. Do you know what I mean? But this myth of like lefties creating an echo chamber and stuff like that is just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. You know, like in Red Planet, like all the hosts like won't see eye to eye on certain issues. Like we won't, but we'll see eye to eye on the issues that are really important and that really matter, right? And that's what counts. You know, with stuff like, you know, human rights, of course we all agree, you know. So this idea that lefties are just building echo chambers because they don't want to debate Nazis is ridiculous. Like, leftists debate other leftists all the time. Like, when you meet with people and they don't quite know the ins and outs of, for example, you know, visions of utopia, visions of how society will be organized post-capital, right? Like some leftists are not going to understand all the ins and outs of the possibilities of that. I don't understand all of it, you know. And I guess the only reason I'm gonna try and say that is because, you know, I think that it is, what's the word? I think that it's validating to hear that. You know what I mean? When a debate bro, it says enjoy your echo chamber, it's another tactic they're essentially negging. They're looking to make content to bring back to their echo chamber for validation from their peers. Exactly. Muel, not all lefties agree on human rights. If they don't, then they're not lefties. That's just the facts, to be honest. You know? In a way, Twitch is like the backrooms for marginalized content creators, and the harassers are the monsters roaring, "Debate me!" That's pretty funny, Ludo. This is looking great. This is looking great. Thanks for the follow. These videos are so good, honestly. They're so fucking good. I want to sit in one of those chairs and launch myself across the room. That would be so fun. In one of those spinny chairs. But you might accidentally launch yourself into the back rooms, and that's not fun. Not wanting to generalize, but I feel like wanting that kind of validation is an indicator of some trauma or unmet basic feeling. Yeah, I agree, yeah. I agree. Like, I don't think it's wrong to say that. I think debate bros have got a lot of issues, 100%. Rustbot says, it's funny, conventional horror movie stuff doesn't really affect me, but this stuff, like the fake informational videos, say things like, if someone you know is calling you on your phone, do not answer, it is not them. This kind of stuff makes me never want to sleep again. And I love it for some reason. Yeah, it's so good, isn't it? It's so good. I'd lean towards unmet basic feeling. It's the same route as alienation of labor. Yeah, true. I think you're right. If that's how you go, that's how you go. Oh, that's spooky. It's with the green lights. Breach! There's been a security breach at the SCP Foundation holding place, wherever the fuck you call it, whatever the fuck you call it. Like, this is great. The, like, low frame rate, slow zoom, and shit like that. Oh, look, a guy that got lost has come through the door. Damn. Chat. That was crazy. Should we watch more Backrooms stuff in, like, the coming weeks? Because there's more Backrooms stuff. There's loads. There's loads and loads and loads and loads. I think there might even be a game, but I know what it's like when I play games. So maybe I won't play the game. I would love and hate to watch more Backrooms stuff. Hell yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. You like it? Madam Two Swords in Blackpool put their Boris Johnson outside a job centre today. Bloody hell. That's pretty funny. Part of me has to ask how unnatural the Backrooms really are, because yes, it was made by something, but it's its own ecosystem. The back little horrid part of my brain just wants to know what sort of bacteria live here, and what are these walls physically made of, what can grow here. I need to know more. Right, exactly. That was fun. I didn't want to sleep for the rest of the week anyway. There you go. There you fucking go. Right, listen, chat. That's it. That's the end of the stream. We're doing a raid, though. We're going to go and see my good friend Astro Annie. Thank you so much for being here, everybody, tonight. It's been really good. It's been really fun. I appreciate every single one of you. I would love it if you would join me on Sunday for Red Planet. If you want to check out Red Planet, follow Kira Chats. Get it done. 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 Follow Kira. Follow Kira. Follow Kira. But join me now as we raid into Annie. Annie is great. You're going to love her. She is exceptionally good vibes. Copy and paste the raid message. Put that in Annie's chat when we go through to the raid. That's how we do raids on Twitch. If you've never done one, you know. But yeah, thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for all the love. It's been really fun today. Really, really enjoyed it. Apart from the weirdos. And I've had a good week. It's been a good week of streams. So I appreciate all of you. But stay tuned to the VOD channel. Follow the VOD channel under the socials command. Also follow my regular YouTube channel. There's going to be a video going up on the YouTube channel this weekend, probably tomorrow, called Convos with Comrades 5 with Wreck-It Raven. It's an old one. It's from before I had a beard and everything. So yeah, you'll enjoy that. I know you will. Because you love my content, don't you? Right. Okay, gang. Have an excellent weekend. Mwah, stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.